What the heck? Okay, what's going on? Okay, why is the forward button not working? Okay, what is my keyboard doing? That is disgusting. Maybe I should change my old keyboard. Settings. It's so annoying. Fini quoi? Ben oui. Oh, I get it now. My fucking computer is in French. Is it only that or that? What happened to my keyboard? What would you change? What is the point of it? Why would you do it? What's the difference? They're both the same. Oh, Simba, stop having a good memory. How do you remember? You remember I had treats. Oh no, I'm sorry, Simba. It was just half of it. It was for Tsuki and his claw. Oh. Na 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 Wait until tomorrow. Wait, but it is the same thing. What does it want me to do right now? I'm really confused. Okay, show me the phone, the quest. Yeah, I have this one. The tutorial? Wait. No. I thought you could just open. I don't understand.
Bon, c'est vrai, c'était l'autre. Bon, ça va. Je vais contrôler.
Oh my gosh, he's doing it here too. Until I don't pay his lawn, he's gonna look at me. Oh, you creepy bastard. I can't wait to be able to buy paint, but it's so expensive. $650.
Ah, j'ai juste là. D'accord.
I need to go see what my cousin is selling right now. Wee. Hello. Not that. Oh, yes. I was out of this one. Nice. You're new. Who are you, mister?
Fait que je sors ton repas, c'est correct?
Yes, mother. Thank you.
C'était-tu tout fini, le pot de son affaire?
Oui, oui.
Ok.
Nice. Hey, that's annoying as frick.
Quoi, c'est les chats?
No.
Ah, c'est pas cute, déjà vu avec ce bébé.
Yeah.
Suki, amène-la, ici, je vais te la lancer. Bon chat, viens ici, donne. Suki.
Oh no.
Bon, mais parfait. Il s'amuse avec. C'est bon. Bon, il y a plein de choses à faire ici. Je vais retrouver les comptoirs.
Where you going?
À mon rendez-vous.
Oh, shit.
Ah, c'est vrai, j'ai commencé à dire à Jean qui est la porte. C'est la porte. Ben, il a dû l'avoir là. Va chercher. Viens. Ah, il est vraiment rendu normal. Hein. Qui avant, il était comme. On sait qu'il bougeait pas beaucoup.
Ben non,
Je sais pas. Ben. Cherche!
Oh, I'm so.
Apporte!
I
Vite,
can literally just.
donne-moi-les. Bon chat! Ah, ok. Donne. Bon chat! Good boy! Cherche! Cherchez où? Il est là! Bon chat! Ah, vous avez, mais c'est un petit peu de là. Vite, donne! Je vais te la lancer! Good boy! Cherche! Vite, apporte-le! Apporte la bébelle! Cherche la bébelle! Non, j'ai pas rien aimé! Apporte la bébelle! Cherche la bébelle! Vite! De toute façon, j'ai pas le temps, ouais, c'est bon. Ben, amuse-toi avec ça, là, j'ai pas le temps. Faut que je fasse, faut que je nettoie le comptoir.
Nice.
Non!
No.
Oh my gosh, tu me niaises, toi. Quoi? J'ai encore le carton de la vidéo de la seigneurie.
Ouais.
On allait chercher des cassettes vidéo pas loin d'ici. Là.
Mm-hmm.
J'ai monté 10 ans. Vidéo La Seigneurie. C'est meilleur qu'un film. C'est meilleur avec un film. Ça le même coup. C'est vrai, mais j'ai reçu.
Man. Oh.
C'était vraiment pas cher. Bon, ok, nice. C'est bon.
Shorter delivery time. I'm sorry.
Bon, laissez poser là, je me trouve un chargeur. On va checker ça sur Amazon. Pour voir si c'est moins cher. Il y en a un autre. Toi, n'avais-tu besoin? Tu l'as-tu, toi, ton affaire pour les cheveux dedans? Tu mets des poils dedans ou des cheveux? Là?
Ben oui.
Tu vas prendre lui, après c'est plus gros.
Non.
Ah, c'est ce gros-là. T'as pas trouvé le couvert?
Non.
Ok, dès que je le vois.
C'est beau, hein?
Dès que je le vois, je te donne.
It's a mix of all the cats for me.
Ah, ok, t'es mis là-dedans.
My, the mouse is covering some back.
C'est vrai, l'autre fois, j'ai paqué mon char plus loin puis j'ai rentré l'argent. Bon, pourquoi j'ai oublié? Ah, ok. Yes. Super, ça, super. Bon, qu'est-ce... Ah, c'est vrai, le poulet encore. Carrément. Oh, la viande, les produits encore. Parfait.
There it is.
Ah non, c'est trop bon, on va en mettre un autre.
What am I gonna do now? Just relax. You can do it. No, without my cool glasses.
Ok, je vais nettoyer.
I don't know what will want to be my friend. You're so cool. I still feel like I'm not cool without those glasses. I have to go look for the teeth. The frick is happening now?
Oh, c'est bon, c'est bon. Aïe, c'est bon, là.
Oh shit.
Tu veux faire de quoi de bon, ta maman? C'est quoi qui se passe, là?
Yeah, well, how are you supposed to drain this?
Moi,
Yeah.
ah oui, hein, je sais.
Coolest.
À moins que j'ai cancellé le drain, hein.
Cool.
Parce qu'il est arrêté, puis peut-être j'ai cancellé le
Coolism.
drainage.
Coolism. Coolism. 009. Cool is
J'ai cancellé le lien. Mais non, j'entendais rien.
So, fuck. What is wrong with this keyboard right now? Something wrong with it. What the fuck? What is wrong with my keyboard? My bar space makes A? No, it's my arrows. My arrows makes A. Okay, wait. Uh-huh. Okay, I see. That is so weird. Okay, I need to go back in the settings.
Bon, ok, on est tout à votre.
Why is my arrow... Yeah, no, I don't know why those keys are the arrow. Oh, wait. No. It's the arrows. Is it just in the game? No, it's everywhere. It's my keyboard. It's been goofing around. Fudge, I forgot.
Tu as pris la petite pilule, là?
Ouais. J'ai pris en 2.
Ça a été correct?
Ouais. Mais c'est pour le problème, c'est que c'est tellement fort que ça me rend fatiguée tout le reste de la journée.
Hein? Comment?
La pilule est forte, fait que ça...
Ah, ouais.
Ça me rend fatiguée. Hein.
Ah.
C'est pour ça que je prends le
Ok,
minimum.
ok, c'est quoi je sais pas exactement la dose.
Non.
Ok, c'est bon pour moi.
Ok, c'est back to normal. Wow. No, you're in the way. None shall pass. And you cannot come out. Hey, you too, là. Oh, never mind. It's him. Kobo was talking to me, and I thought it was one of them.
Non, il parlait pas.
Yeah.
Ok, good. On va commencer.
Oh, bow, little precious baby.
Ok, ils ont
Tiki. Oh, my teeth. I don't know where to put it. Dang it. What do you mean? Can I? What? But I was about to pass in here. Why isn't here not possible? It's a bit too much to do.
T'es rendu où la serviette de Tweety Bird?
Attends.
Ça fait le temps pour mettre en dessous les pieds.
Ben, non, il
Tweety
n'est pas
Bird
là.
et Sylvestre.
Non, je sais, non.
Ah, c'est vrai! Des fois, je l'avais mis ici à un moment donné.
Et pour marcher dessus.
Ouais. Je sais plus, j'ai fait avec. Ah, ok, oui, je suis contente d'avoir trouvé mon chandail. Voilà. T'es obligée de chercher en avant. Comme là, t'as plus de couvercle.
Come on in, little geeks. Come on in, let's get the money out of you. Okay. Don't worry, I am also in this with you.
Prends les autres serviettes là-bas.
Da 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 na na na. Hey, that is the name of the the code earlier.
Bonk.
So sorry, I was pressing the space bar by accident. Okay, there's too much people right now. making my chair move, Kobo. I cannot please the thing. Ow. Nice, that scared me. Nice. Oh no, there's another one. Nah. Come on, yes. Bedman. Oh, that is so cute. Okay, we have the flashlight, the flashlight, detergent, Tower of Mods, Book 1, Bedman, and new one here. I'm gonna have to find. So I'm not gonna need these ones anymore. I'm gonna have to find a box. Are you here? Are you here, buddy? Where are you? At night. Okay. Got it. I think I already did this one. Ow. What? Someone is using what? So confused. Ah. Okay, so. No one is allowed to listen to their phone when people's reading. Chronological. Can I beat him up? Why am I... It's making me jump. Doesn't matter.
acheter le. Voyons, là.
Sigma somewhere. Working woman.
Là, tu avais vu où mon coloris? Ah, je le vois ici. Ah, ça y est. Yes.
Nice.
Yes. C'est long cette année.
Ow, my feet. It's true. You know, without those glasses, I can't get close to my friends. Hey, boss. Good evening. Who's this? Hello, I'm Roxy. Oh, hey, I'm Park. What are you two talking about? It looks so serious. I just don't have any friends. I've tried changing my look, but it still didn't work out. You must be super popular, huh? So handsome, so tall, a perfect unicorn. Someone like you wouldn't understand what I'm feeling. Looks is just on the outside. What's important is what's on the inside. From what I can tell, you just need to be more confident. How can I be confident when I look like this? Confidence comes from how you see yourself, not from other people. Just try to believe in yourself, and confidence will follow. I know you can do it. Maybe to you, I won't understand your position, but believe me, I've been right where you are, so I can share my experience. What a sweet employee, my sweet employee. She's so sweet. Take out?
C'est pas du bonbon. Mange-le. Ah, voyons. Attention. Attention. Peux-tu t'attasser? Ben voyons, un autre.
Oui, ils sont pareils.
Un autre frottement. Ok. Ok, ça va le Ah,
Oh my gosh.
j'ai envoyé ça.
Ow!
Bon, ben viens avec moi. Voyons, j'ai plus de
Looks like you.
Non, il est plus. Ça va calmer.
Oui, il a réussi à monter sa chaise ce matin.
Ok, va dans la chambre, on est à ici. Tiens. Regarde, veux-tu me lâcher?
Nah, don't let me go.
Non, 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 non. Reste une seconde. OK, le temps qu'il mange, je vais comme Sylvain. Pas Sylvain. Comme vous voulez. Ça va là.
Da-da-da. The moment there's a spot, I'll put it in. New task available. Ooh, talk to Russell. Look at him, Mr. Popular. Hello, Mr. Popular. How you doing? You have your fan club. You all look the same. It's funny. Hello, my confidence has gone up so much now. And I have tons of friends. Since it's all thanks to you, please take this. Also, please tell Park I said things too, okay? Door figure? Are you kidding me? I literally just bought some. Le lait?
Le grain. D'habitude, ça ne fait pas ça, je pense. À moins qu'on la marque pas.
Je sais.
Je sais même pas si ça fait ça. Parce qu'il y a de la vaisselle dedans, que tu peux pas voir. Oh, tiens, non, je sais pas changer de tiens, on va tiens, tu vas pouvoir aller manger son plat. C'est mort. On va pas venir manger. Viens manger le plat. Viens-tu manger? Fais question.
You. Solo leveling was a manual? Huh. That's crazy. What? Voyons donc! Voyons. Maman? Non, je pense pas que ce soit ici. cherche quelqu'un qui s'appelle Marc. Voyons si il s'appelle Marc. Il n'y a pas un Marc ici. Il sait pas, il sait même pas c'est quoi la son nom. Non. Ah ouais, c'est ça. Mm-hmm. C'est pas une livraison, c'est quelqu'un qui cherchait une guitare.
Hein?
C'est quelqu'un qui voulait acheter une guitare.
Que lui, oh, genre, il est arrivé ici avec une guitare à vendre, comme?
Non, le contraire. Il vient ici pour acheter une guitare.
Ah! Merde, donc. Ben là, mon frère qui n'a pas indiqué l'adresse comme il faut.
Peut-être qu'il l'a fait, mais c'est lui qui est stupide, qui sait pas c'est où. Non, il a dit Marc. C'est sûrement à côté.
Ah, c'est pas bon. Je peux pas sauter comme il faut avec ça dans les tables. Mais c'est là pour pas que tu pieds là.
Non, mais c'est pas grave. Hein.
Je vais pas mettre ça devant mes DVD.
That is crazy.
Je sais plus quoi. Non. Hey, j'ai hâte de nettoyer ça, c'est pas fait.
How is it just 180? Na, na, na. Full time already, dang. Da, da, da.
Je vais pas déranger pendant ma tâche. Merci. Va pas vider les bacs parce qu'il faut que je trouve un bouchon.
Oh non.
Ben, comme le bord de mon petit affaire, que je mets du lait dedans. Je pense que je l'ai accidentellement. C'est moi qui l'ai accidentellement. Quelque chose, parce que je le vois pas nulle part. En plus, j'avais vu comme ça me dit quelque chose que j'avais acheté là. Fuck. Ah ouais.
There she is. Look at you go. You're so cute. Dance yourself away.
Trop belle avocat. Qu'est-ce que je fais? Ah, mais avec les dents.
Nice. What's in the box? Enfin.
Des pantalons sur le des gens de Dieu. Ah, ça c'est cool. Oh, c'est pour cool, j'imagine. Non, on va checker ça. Voyons, là, ça va. Ça a tout de l'air. Ça c'est propre, ça, à mettre.
Hein?
C'est assez beau, un mot à mettre.
Ben oui, c'est chiant.
Parfait, alors il y a le chien. Oh, le balai va tellement passer ici.
What the fuck? It was a bomb!
Un chandail qui est bleu.
So many people died in my shop. And I was not there to look at it. Sorry.
Só você nesse estudar, né? Outro dali.
I cannot come out. I'm gonna get arrested if I do. So I'm gonna have to wait in here. I don't have any villain comics.
Ah, ma carteira. Ah, eu vou filmar. Parfait. Je vais mettre ça dans mes poches. On va mettre pareil. Comme ça. Great. Ça, on va mettre ça.
And it disappeared.
What time? Ah, ok, j'ai un peu de temps. On va mener de l'eau.
put them on there.
Pousse-toi, voilà.
Non, toi.
Vite fait, moi.
Oh, Simba, je savais pas de t'en avoir dans moi. Shit. Good boy. Désolée, je vais te faire.
There's her courage, trembling and breathing heavily. She screams in agony as she chops off her toe, finally completing the act in unbearable pain. Polly then picks up her severed toe, says, "Something I need," and places it in the box. The TV immediately switches off. Stumbling toward the kitchen, she grabs a first aid kit and hurriedly wraps a bandage around her bleeding foot. Suddenly, her mother's ghost appears, saying, "Quit your crying," then vanishes only to reappear again, whispering, "Humble yourself, we will know," before disappearing once more. Panicking, Polly rushes back to the box and opens it, only to find her toe still inside. "No!" she screams. "I cut my toe off. Take it, please." Just then, her phone shows wrong text on the screen. The TV flickers back on, showing Allie. Desperate, Polly brings the box to the mirror and pleads with her reflection. "What do you want me to do? Don't hurt Allie. I'll do anything." The reflection silently hints that she must cut off her finger. Terrified, Polly screams, "You tricked me!" She picks up the scissors, steels herself, and screams in pain as she cuts off her finger. She immediately drops it into the box, and as soon as she closes the lid, all the lights in the house go out. Using her shirt, she ties her hand to stop the bleeding. When she opens the box again, the finger is gone, and the hourglass resets once more. Just
He's
then,
happy.
the front door creaks open. The scene cuts to Polly arriving at her sister's house. She rushes to the door, knocks frantically, and when no one answers, she uses her spare key to enter. Inside, Christmas music blares loudly, calling out for her sister. She hears Lainey's voice faintly saying they're upstairs. Polly runs up and bursts into Lainey's room, only to find her sister lying dead on the bed. Horrified, she sprints to Allie's room and discovers Allie, too, is dead. Polly cradles her niece's
Not
body,
Allie 2. What
sobbing
happened to Allie
uncontrollably.
1?
Placing her back on the bed, she breaks down in tears, screaming, "She didn't do anything." She comes back downstairs, turns off the blaring music, and breaks down crying. Suddenly, she notices the box and the hourglass sitting in the room again. Crawling toward them, she grabs the box and throws it away. Just then, the landline rings, followed by every phone in the house ringing at once. Polly picks up the landline. It's Allie. Allie's voice sounds eerie as she says, "Auntie P, you haven't finished, have you?" Polly cries. "You killed them." Allie replies, "No, you did. Are you ready to play more? What do you love?" Polly says, "I loved them." Allie taunts, "Did you? Think hard." Polly replies, "I loved you." We then see Polly walking upstairs with a knife in her hand. Still on the call, she enters Allie's room and says, "You're dead." Allie's voice answers, "No, I'm right here with you."
No, I'm already dead.
My nose, or maybe my eyes. Instead, Polly cuts a lock of Allie's hair. Allie cries, "No." Allie's voice trembles, asking, "What if you're wrong, Auntie P? Will it be over?" Polly whispers, "Something you love," and places Allie's hair into the box, saying softly, "I will always love you," before closing it. The line disconnects, and when Polly opens the box again, the hair is gone. Suddenly, she hears footsteps and sees Lainey coming down the stairs. Looking normal, Lainey asks when she arrived, and if she's okay. Polly rushes to Allie's room, relieved to see her alive, but her joy turns to horror as black spots appear on Allie's face. Allie eerily says, "I want to play Annie P," grabbing Polly's hand. She laughs, then vanishes. She whispers, "I want to show you something," peeks hauntingly from the corner of the bed, then drags Polly over, sits on her, and stabs her. The scene cuts to Polly waking up.
She sit on her face.
In front of her sit the box and the hourglass. The sand already running. Exhausted, she cries, "You're a liar. I've done everything. I gave you everything. Something I hate. Something I need. Something I love. What more do you want?" She opens the box, drops her ring inside, and closes it. When she opens
you're
it again,
rich.
the ring is gone and the hourglass resets. Desperate, she puts her chain in next. It too disappears. In panic, she pours her own blood into the box. Suddenly, a hand bursts out, grabs her arm, and tries to drag her in. Polly screams, "What is left now?" and manages to free herself. She cries, "Let me go! Why won't you let me go?" She then remembers the old woman who once knocked on her door. She knew exactly what she wanted and gave the box to her. Cut to Polly knocking on doors. No one answers. In the middle of the street, she shouts for help. A light suddenly comes on in one house, and Polly heads there. A woman opens. Polly says she was just dropping something off, and that her sister's house is down the street. She'd forgotten her key and was locked out. When the woman asks if she needs anything, Polly insists that she just needs to come in for a moment. The woman explains this is her parents' house, and they're at a work party, but reluctantly lets Polly inside so she can call her sister. Once inside, the woman asks if Polly is all right. Polly apologizes, and the woman excuses herself. Polly notices a cat. And
I need
for
to
a
upgrade
moment,
it.
Imagines the woman screaming. She takes the box from her bag, sets it on the table, and lifts out the hourglass. The woman returns with tea and says her parents will be home soon. She asks about the box. Polly asks, "Is your name
Super
Tara?"
Saiyan
The woman,
thief.
startled, asks how she knew. Polly replies, "I just do." Tara says Polly
Super
should leave,
Sandal.
but Polly, urgent and hollow, says Tara will understand soon. When Tara asks
To get the
what's
Super
wrong,
Saiyan
Polly
thief.
answers, "I don't want to be me anymore." Is that a weird thing to say? This is the same scene we saw at the beginning of the movie.
Hey, I was
Polly
reading.
continues,
Don't leave.
"I'm so tired of feeling like none of it matters. I try so hard, but nothing changes. It doesn't get better. I'm still right here, and it's all the same."
Bless you, Mom.
"What do you want?" Polly says, for it to stop. "I'm going to start now."
Real Asian, Mom.
"Your parents aren't coming home." "That wasn't true, was it?"
No, no, I'm
"Then
Asian.
she tells Tara, "This box belongs to you now." Tara pleads for her to leave. Polly then declares, "You are going to die." And
Yeah.
the scene cuts to black.
You're still watching. Good. Like, comment, and subscribe to Recaps Horror.
We then see Polly arriving at her home. She sits by the fireplace when the old woman suddenly appears behind her, holding the box. "It wants me
Is
to
it gonna
kill
say it's too
you,"
expensive?
she
Which
says,
one?
freezing Polly in
Naftan?
fear. The old woman continues, "It won't let me go. You have to do things. It never stops." She lunges at Polly, trying to force her to comply. Polly pushes her back, and a violent struggle erupts. In the fight, Polly stabs the old woman. As the woman chokes, Polly asks, "Why me?" The old woman replies, "Someone knocked on my door, and I just opened it. No one ever knocks. Not anymore. They could have knocked anywhere. I could have gone anywhere, but I didn't. I think it chooses us because we are broken. You were kind to me, but it doesn't matter. I tried so hard. The things
Huh?
we do to ourselves, it's never enough. I was so afraid, and the box needs that. The sand needs it. Don't be afraid of dying. Don't be afraid. With that,
Is
she
she my
dies.
first black?
Holly then visualizes her earlier
Customer?
conversation with the old woman and realizes the woman saw the future, just as she had seen Tara screaming. Voices of her
Hello,
mother,
mister.
Allie, and
Thank
father
you.
echo around her.
Why did I
telling
not
her she's going to die. Holly says, I won't
saw
die
a single
anymore," and
one?
lets the sand in the hourglass flow completely to the bottom. The scene cuts to black. We then see Allie alive in her bed. Lainey comes downstairs and notices Polly's clothes scattered around, and the living room is in disarray. Polly wakes up in her house. Her finger is gone, and she steps outside to see her neighbor alive, the one she went to call the police. She rushes to Lainey's house, finds Allie playing. Relieved, she hugs her tightly, telling Allie to inform her mom she'll be back soon. Polly then goes to
did
the
I
house
already
where she
buy-
had given the box the night before and rings the bell. Tara
Okay, sure I
opens.
did.
Polly says she can't play anymore and demands,
It was not
"Give me
for
the
number
box back.
2.
I should never have given it to you." Tara,
And
confused,
Sigma.
asks who Polly is and what she needs, claiming she and her
Sigma
parents just
man.
returned from a holiday. Polly, unsure, leaves. Suddenly, her phone vibrates in her pocket, but she's too afraid to look at it. The scene then cuts to Tara at her home. She sits on her couch, staring at a wall smeared in blood with the words, "Tell no one. Trust no one. Listen to no one." She lies. Her fingers are chopped, and she's clearly under the box's influence. She picks up the box, puts something in it, and whispers, "Something you want." We then see that under the box's influence, she has killed her parents. Her phone vibrates and the movie ends. Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed the chills, hit that like button, subscribe, and turn on notifications so you never... What happens when a kind woman broken by betrayal turns to black magic for revenge? When the ritual begins and the dead start answering her prayers, who will survive her curse? Let's uncover what she unleashed.
Comment. Subscribe to Recaps Horror.
At the beginning of the movie, a woman is trembling uncontrollably, saying she can't take it anymore because it's happening every night, and she believes someone has cursed her. Her husband and daughter Yuli try to calm her down. Suddenly, iron nails begin pushing out of her skin. Shocked, her husband
Maman.
and
Je vais aller
daughter
chercher
watch
du lait.
helplessly.
Ah,
Before
nice.
they can comprehend what's happened,
Il reste une
Yuli
coche.
Oh, il y a
pulls a
même pas
needle
encore.
out of her own eye, and then suddenly grabs Yuli's
Oh, c'est
hand,
une barre?
making Yuli
Mais tu m'as même pas
scream
vu.
in pain.
Ben, c'est ça, parce qu'il était dans la chambre légitime, j'ai dit, c'est Simba, tu peux la manger.
C'est bon, je vais lui donner.
He
C'est
tells her to
correct.
stay
Pas
there
d'inquiète, là.
while he attends to her mother. He then rushes back, trying desperately to restrain her. But outside, her mother attacks him, and Yuli hears her father scream, followed by a chilling silence.
Ow.
Terrified, Yuli stares at the door, calling for her parents, when suddenly someone punches through it, breaking a hole in the door, and the lights in the room flicker out. Yuli slowly approaches the door and peers through the
Oui,
hole.
l'enveloppe.
She doesn't see anyone at first, but suddenly her mother lunges into view, and the scene cuts off.
Toi, tu
The
vas-tu
next
vouloir avoir un
morning,
grand cap,
police
quelque
arrive
chose?
and revive her. And when they bring her outside, she is devastated to see the dead bodies of her mother and father.
Oui, oui, non.
Just then,
Ouais, ouais.
a woman named Amber arrives with
Ah,
her
that's
child
just
and
so-
claims that the
Puis
deceased man
peut-être un
was her
beigne,
husband.
c'est pour
She
frère.
approaches Yuli and angrily
Ow!
calls her a bastard child.
Ow.
And the scene cuts to 20 years later, Yuli lives with Amber's family, but they treat her like a servant. The family includes Amber's daughter, Lars' husband, Rudy, and their children, Tika and Dayan. Amber still dislikes Yuli and constantly
So
taunts
hard to
her
brush the
over
back of
every
my
little
hair.
thing. Next, Tika is in a mosque, where the imam is preaching that every act of disobedience is recorded in the book CG, a book that keeps account of all evil deeds, while all righteous deeds are recorded by angels in another
Righteous.
book called Ilium. Later, on their way home, Tika and her friends pass a long abandoned house. Suddenly, a boy shouts that there's a ghost inside, and the group panics and runs away in fear. Meanwhile,
Reach rank
Diane
3.
is
How do
playing
I
with a Ouija
reach?
board, trying to summon a spirit, when the door suddenly creaks open on its own, frightening him. But then Yuli enters the room, and she's there to help bathe Amber. Tika enters and reminds Diane that she told him not to play with it. Diane replies that his friend told him they could use it to talk to the dead.
Diane?
But Tika asks how he could talk to a dead person. Just then, Amber starts coughing, and Tika quickly adjusts her pillows. Diane asks Yuli if she wants to try talking to dead people too, and she softly replies that she once did, every time she missed her late parents. Suddenly, Amber sits up, gasping for breath, startling everyone. Yuli
That
quickly
is
rushes to get
not
her,
straight.
and Tika tells Yuli to stay with her while she goes to call her mother. Yuli tries to give Amber the oxygen, but Amber refuses. Instead, she grabs Yuli and tells her that her parents deserved to die. Then she violently pushes Yuli aside and lies back down, just as Tika returns with her mother. As they try to lift Amber up, she suddenly spits blood onto Yuli, and then she dies shortly after. Later, as they prepare to wash the dead body, a woman says that anyone who isn't family should leave the room. Lars asks Yuli what she's doing there, and tells her to go outside and prepare the shroud for her mother. Next, the imam says that before they pray for Ambar and hold her funeral, anyone who wishes to kiss her goodbye should do so.
Yeah.
But they must not let their tears fall. One by one, her family members kiss her, but when it's Yuli's turn, she remembers how cruel Ambar used to be to her as a child. Suddenly, Amber's eyes open, and she hisses, "Die, you!" Yuli screams in terror, shocking everyone. Lara slaps her and accuses her of being happy about her mother's death. She angrily
She's
says that
scared.
Amber has appeared
Does
to
she
her
look
since
happy?
childhood, and now she's making a scene in front of everyone. Loris then calls her a bastard child, but the imam steps in, trying to calm things down. Later, while looking at a photograph, she remembers a moment from her childhood when she was waiting for her father and asked her mother why he wasn't coming home. Overcome with anger, she rips her father's image out of the photo and throws it away. A few days later, a customer gives Yono a tip, but Yuli takes it from him, saying they should give everything to Loris. However, Loris asks why Yono gave her money. She accuses Yuli of doing something inappropriate with him, calling her a slut just like her mother, and slaps her. Furious, Yuli glares at her, but Loris asks if she's going to talk back now. Rudy tries to calm her down, but Lara shouts that she wants everyone to know who Yuli really is. Later, Yono brings food for Yuli, telling her that she should eat, but she asks for his help. Yono drops her off at a shaman's house, where Yuli tells the shaman that she wants to destroy the family that ruined her life. He asks about Amber. Is she dead? Then asks whether Yuli wants them blinded, crippled, or killed. Yuli replies that she
All of
wants
the
them
above.
dead, and the shaman warns her, "Are you prepared for the risk?" He then performs a ritual, some black magic, and Yuli is shocked to see the nails moving on their own. Suddenly, the photograph
Oh!
bursts into flames. and the
Another
shaman
black
tells her there is
man
one
with
black
silver
magic
hair.
force
Kinda
that
cool
can
looking.
make her wishes come true.
I
But
need
it is
more
hazardous
towers.
and deadly, and the ritual requires a
And
fresh corpse
more
that isn't yet 40 days
toothpicks.
old. Yuli asks, "What if the
Price
corpse
of
is from
volume
the same
3.
family?" And he replies that would be even better. That night, with Yolo's help, Yuli digs up Amber's grave and exhumes her corpse. They bring Amber's corpse to the shaman, who tells Yolo to wait outside. He then hands Yuli a knife, and she slaughters a goat as a sacrifice for the ritual. Using the goat's skin, blood, and other materials, she prepares a spell of Amber's name. The shaman then asks her to repeat certain words after him, and she does. Suddenly, she finds herself wrapped in a shroud. Still speaking, she calls upon the queen of black magic from the high mountains, saying she knows the queen always desires offerings, and that she has brought her favorite one. She begs the queen to accept her command and destroy the family. When Yuli snaps out of the trance, she is horrified to see Amber's mouth opening wide. The shaman instructs Yuli to place the spell inside the corpse's mouth, and with trembling hands, as she does so, the corpse's mouth closes. The shaman warns that the deaths will be on her. She must finish everything before the corpse rots, and continue the ritual until it is complete. If she abandons it, the black magic will turn back on her. He adds that Jin really likes the sinful and the misguided, so she should make sure the victims are sinners who deserve to die. Later, while Tika is praying in her room, a fireball streaks toward their house, and the light bulb begins to flicker. Tika continues her prayers, but the glass on her window suddenly cracks. Startled,
Another one.
Tika hesitates, but resumes praying. And moments later, insects begin crawling in through the hole in the window. Then, suddenly, the family photo on the wall cracks and falls to the cabinet. Tika rushes downstairs to check, and as she moves toward the fallen photo, A shard of glass pierces her foot. Wincing in pain, she sits down and examines the wound. And as she pulls the glass out, she hears the sound of a woman crying.
They're so
echoing through the house. She
cute.
heads to Amber's room to check, but finds it empty. She turns to leave, but a sudden noise startles her, and she finds that the tub has
What is
fallen
it?
from the bed. She hurries to pick it up.
Oh,
only to be
nice.
horrified
Is it
by the
Sigma?
sight of Amber on the bed. The next
No,
morning,
that's
Tika
working
tells Lois
woman.
She feels something is really wrong, wondering how the
He
photo
is
fell on
reading
Sam.
bad,
Diane suggests
man.
it might be Grandma, saying he tried talking to her, and she said it hurts. Just
I love
then,
how it's
Yuli
like
comes out of the
random
room, and Laura stops
pictures
her, saying she's been calling her for a while. Showing her the glass, Laura asks
of the
if she has to handle
mangas.
everything herself. She then tells
That's
Tika
funny.
to ask Yuli for anything needed for the prayers that night. But Yuli says she can't today, and when Laura asks why,
Complete
Yuli
the
replies she has
challenge.
things to do. Frustrated, Laura
Ah,
says you have been
yeah.
acting
Okay, when the
strange
week's
since my
gonna
mother
be
passed.
over. This is when I'm
Yuli
gonna
leaves
become
the
level
house without
3.
responding. That night, during the prayers,
I think.
Tika feels dizzy and dozes off, and when she opens her eyes, she is horrified to see her entire family, including Amber, sitting in front of her, their heads bleeding. Terrified, Tika watches as they all scream in agony, but suddenly she jolts awake, realizing it was some kind of vision or trance. Later, Diane tries to talk to her grandma, asking if
Diane.
she's still here, and the coin moves to yes. Meanwhile, Yuli continues performing the ritual, crafting a spell specifically for Diane, while chanting dark incantations. She then takes a
I don't think I
blade, slices
didn't.
open Ambar's
I
throat,
did-
and
did I?
inserts the spell inside. Diane asks, "What else do you want to tell me?" And the coin slides across the board, spelling out the words, "Come with Grandma." Terrified, he throws the notebook aside, but at that moment, an insect flies into his ear. Screaming in agony, Diane calls out for Tika and his parents, banging his head against the door until blood begins to pour down his face. Tika pounds on the door and shouts his name, but suddenly, an invisible force grabs Diane's hand, and as he calls for his parents, the force forces him to pick up the board and smash it against his head. Then, when he turns toward her, he sees his grandmother instead, and in a horrifying trance, he drives the edge of the board into his neck, killing himself instantly. The next day, after Diane's burial, Yono asks Yuli if her nephew's death was caused by their actions. Yono tells her that he only wanted to help because he knew she was being mistreated by them, but not in this way. Yuli says that since he was there from the beginning, he's just as involved as she is, adding that what's happening to them now is karma. Later, Tika tells Imam she should have stopped Diane and taken his board before the prayers. Imam tries to calm her, and she says she feels something evil is targeting her family, but doesn't understand it. Imam advises her to pray the Tahajjud prayer that night, and asks forgiveness from Allah. That night, Tika prays, pleading to Allah to protect her parents from harm and deceit. But as she finishes, a faint whisper echoes behind her. But when she turns around, there's no one there. The next morning, Rudy asks Laris where she's gone, and she replies to the shop. Rudy asks, "Don't you have a heart? Our son just died." But Laris snaps back. "Then what am I supposed to do?" She says, "I've just lost my son, and my mother too. So tell me, what am I supposed to do now?" Later, at the shop, Rudy accidentally cuts his finger, and when Laris offers to take a look, he says no need. After she leaves, Yuli quickly rushes over with a bandage, insisting on helping so he can keep working. She gently wraps the bandage around his finger, and Rudy thanks her, to which Yuli tells him to leave it, saying she'll handle everything later. As Rudy goes inside, Yuli picks up 2 bottles and deliberately drops them on the floor. Laura scolds her, asking what's wrong with her, but Rudy says it's enough. Laura asks why he's defending Yuli, and Rudy says her family treats Yuli like a servant, even though she's family. Laura snaps that Yuli isn't family, and Rudy tells her to stop bossing her around. He accuses Laura's of always trying to control people, saying that's why she married him, because he's poor and easy to control. As he storms off, Laura says he's being cruel since their son just died, but Rudy responds, "Our son, and I'm grieving too." Later at home, Yuli tries to comfort Rudy, and as he breaks down, he pulls her into a hug. She softly says she understands, but he mutters, "Laura's never does." One thing leads to another, and they become intimate. Afterwards, Yuli asks if, given the choice, he would stay with her. She tells him to leave Laura's, promising that if he chooses her, they can live happily together forever. But Rudy says he can't, because he has a family. She asks if he really thinks Lars would ever take him back if she found out about this. Rudy says, "You are the one who seduced me, and Lars was right that you're just like your mother." Yuli calls him an asshole and warns him never to mention her mother again. As he storms out of the room, Rudy freezes, seeing Tika standing there, having seen Yuli inside. He panics and pleads with her not to tell her mother, promising that he'll explain everything later. Later that night, while Tika is praying, the light in her room suddenly goes out, and a djinn appears behind her. Unaware of its presence, Tika continues praying, but another voice echoes with hers, repeating the same verse she is reciting. She gathers her courage and turns around, but no one is there. But then, the djinn appears right in front of her. Meanwhile, Yuli begins the ritual once again, this time crafting a spell meant for Rudy. When the preparation is complete, she takes a blade, slices open Amber's cheek, and carefully inserts the spell inside the wound. The Imam senses that something is terribly wrong and begins reciting prayers, plunging Yuli's room into sudden darkness. Alarmed, Yuli quickly gets up and tries to relight the extinguished lantern and candles, but Amber's corpse suddenly rises. Yuli freezes in terror, but when she turns around, the body is lying flat again. Trembling, she lights another match, and to her horror, Amber appears right in front of her. Yuli screams, covering her eyes in fear, and when she dares to look again, the apparition is gone, with the corpse once more lying still on the table. Rudy suddenly begins choking and rushes to the bathroom, where he vomits violently, spitting out fragments of bone mixed with blood. And before he can comprehend what's happening, a cockroach lands on his eye. As he removes his hand, the insect crawls towards the other eye, and as he tries to pull it out, his entire eyeball comes loose. Hearing his screams, Lars wakes up and runs to the bathroom, but the door is locked. Inside, Rudy sees Amber's ghost and stumbles backwards in terror. And when Loris finally breaks in, she accidentally steps on Rudy's dislodged eye, and then sees him lying lifeless on the floor. Later, during Rudy's funeral, Tika closes her eyes to pray, but when she opens them, she finds herself standing alone in a dark cemetery. Terrified, she shuts her eyes again and begins reciting prayers, and after a moment, she snaps out of it. But to her horror, she's now surrounded by djinns, and she's back in the cemetery. Suddenly, Amber grabs her leg and drags her down, and as she lands, insects swarm over her body. Everyone watches in shock as Tika writhes and screams in terror. The Imam rushes to her side, quickly calling for someone to bring her water, trying to bring her back to her senses. Lars takes Tika to her room, who insists that all these deaths can't be a coincidence. But Lars says, "That's enough," telling her to stop talking about things that don't make sense. Tika pleads with her, saying that someone is trying to harm them and they need to do something before it's too late. With tears in her eyes, she tells Lars
you know what
she
I can
lose
do?
her too, as she's all she has left. The next day, while Lars is lost in grief, the door to Yuli's room
Make him
creaks open by itself.
stop working.
Curious, Laura steps inside and finds Rudy's jacket on her bed. Shocked, she asks, "Why is this here?" And Yuli
Oh,
calmly
boy.
walks toward her and replies, "You can figure that out yourself." Enraged, Loris raises her hand, but Yuli stops her and says, "Rudy never loved you. He was only afraid of you." Laura snaps back, "You're the one who seduced him, and you're the one who killed my entire family." She then says you're a slut like your mother, to which Yuli slaps her in anger. Lars asks, "So you think you're tough now?" Yuli replies,
No,
"Yes,
I always
do.
knew.
And why should I be afraid of you?" Then she adds sharply, "You're the bastard child, not me." Their argument escalates into shouting and insults until Lars, consumed by rage, grabs Yuli by the hair and screams for her to get out. She shoves her out of the house, shouting, "You're just like your mother," and slams the door in her face. Outside, Yuli yells back, calling Lars evil, accusing her of mistreating her since the beginning. She asks, "How long will you keep living like this? And don't you realize you're the reason your whole family is dead?" Then she lets out a bitter laugh, saying, "Look at us now. Our lives are the same, both destroyed." Later, as Yuli is walking toward the shop, she spots Yono talking to Tika about something. After Tika leaves, Yuli confronts Yono, asking, "What did you say to her?" Yono says, "I didn't say anything," to which Yuli offers him some money. But Yono says, "Leave me out of this." Yuli snaps, "Did you tell her that I'm the one behind all this?" To which Yono says, "I didn't tell her anything, and not everyone is as cruel as you." Furious, Yuli begins another ritual. this time crafting a spell using Yono's name. Consumed by rage, she forcefully inserts it into Amber's corpse's arm, her hands trembling with anger as she completes the curse. Meanwhile, Yono is leaving for home when the shutter opens on its own, revealing Amber's ghost inside. But when he turns around, the ghost has vanished, revealing Amber's ghost inside. But when he turns around, the ghost has vanished. Confused, he cautiously steps back into the shop, but the shutter slams shut behind him, trapping him inside. Panic rising, he rushes to lift it again, but stops when he hears something fall behind him. Then, bottles crash to the floor, and he shouts, "Who's there?" Stop messing around, but there's no answer. Only the sound of footsteps running across the room. Suddenly, Amber's ghost appears, and Yono stumbles backwards in terror. As he gets up, leeches spread across his face, biting into his skin and tearing at his flesh. Yono frantically rips them away and crawls toward the shutter. He tries to lift and manages to lift it slightly, but an unseen force grabs the blade and begins to drag him out. He screams, struggling to break free, but then
You
the
break
shutter
me
jumps
free.
violently upward, and before he can react, it slams down with full force, crushing his head. The next morning,
Nice.
Laura's and Tika are frozen in horror at the sight of Yono's corpse. The gruesome scene overwhelms Laura's, causing her to collapse in shock. That night, seething with rage, Yuli begins crafting a spell meant for Laura's, but Amber's corpse is now almost completely rotten. Meanwhile, Tika is staring at a photo when maggots suddenly fall onto it. Horrified, she looks up to see the ceiling cracked. She quickly moves aside just as the ceiling collapses, and the lights go out, plunging the house into darkness. Tika rushes to her mother's room, but Laura's is nowhere to be seen, and the room is a mess. As Tika looks around, she hears a faint noise, and a pale hand emerges from under the bed, reaching toward a bowl on the floor and picking up a bone from it. Tika kneels and peers under the bed, only to see her mother gnawing on the bone. Tika gasps in horror, her body trembling, and suddenly, Laura's crawls out from under the bed like an animal. Laura stares at her with empty eyes and says, "All of you will die." Tika squeezes her eyes shut and starts reciting prayers. But to her shock, Laura's begins reciting the same verses along with her, her voice growing deeper and more twisted with each word. When Laura's finishes, she bursts into laughter and mockingly asks, "Where are your other prayers now?" Tika tries to run, but Laura's grabs her leg. But Tika kicks free and runs out of the room, locking Laura's inside. She turns to flee, but Laura smashes through the door, and Tika rushes and locks herself in her room. She hides inside her closet and calls the imam, begging him for help.
The
Before
mom.
she can finish, the door bursts open with a loud crash. Heart pounding, Tika peeks through the narrow slit of the closet and sees her mother standing in the room. Frozen in terror, Tika stays completely silent, praying Laura's won't notice her. For a few tense moments, Laura's moves around the room before everything goes quiet. Believing her mother has finally left, Tika slowly steps out, but Laura suddenly grabs her by the hair. Tika screams in terror, struggling to free herself, and finally, she manages to break free. Laura's chases and lunges at her, and despite Tika's best effort to escape, Laura's grabs her by the neck, and she tightens her grip, strangling Tika with all her might, forcing her against the wall as Tika gasps for air. Desperate to survive, Tika grabs a vase and smashes it against Laura's head, knocking her down. Tika tries to unlock the door and escape, but Laura's catches her again and lifts her into the air. She tries to kill Tika, but suddenly stops and collapses, revealing Imam behind her, reciting prayers. As they walk Laura's to the mosque, Tika glances toward the abandoned house, and she spots Yuli quietly slipping inside. Next, Yuli is seen crafting a spell using Tika's name when Tika enters and is shocked to see Amber's rotten corpse. Yuli tells her not to mention her god's name here. She then steps closer and asks, "What's the matter?" before revealing that she killed her entire family because they all deserved it. She says that her family is evil and that ever since she was little, they have never treated her well. They called her a bastard child, even though she isn't. She accuses Amber of lying, taking everything from her, and killing her parents using black magic. Tika asks, "Why didn't you ever tell me?" saying we're family. But Yuli scoffs and asks, "Am I really family?" When Tika says yes, Yuli reminds her that she saw her being tormented every day by her mother and grandmother, yet did nothing to stop it. She accuses Tika of pretending to be righteous, while silently watching her suffer, calling her a hypocrite. Tika returns to the mosque, where Imam and the others are deep in prayer. After a while, Laura suddenly sits up, her entire body trembling, and then her head snaps toward Imam. She begins crawling backwards. And as Imam rises to his feet, Laura lets out a blood-curdling scream that echoes through the mosque. Her body contorts grotesquely, bones seeming to shift beneath her skin. But Imam remains calm. Laura keeps screaming as the others chant louder and louder, their prayers battling her cries until at last she collapses and blood gushes from her mouth. Tika rushes to check on her, but Imam stops her and instructs her to go back to her place.
Was she just
Meanwhile,
looking at my
Ruby
shot to
forces a
see
spell
if it was
meant for Tika
interesting?
into Amber's decaying corpse, whispering dark incantations. At the same moment, Imam turns, and Lars is standing there. She warns him to stay out of it, or be
Great
destroyed.
service.
But Imam attacks her, causing Lars to scramble up the wall. Her scream grows louder, and she lunges at him. But Imam uses his prayers to halt her midair, and her blood-curdling scream echoes through the mosque. Meanwhile, Yuli struggles to seal the cut, as the wound refuses to close, and panic begins to set in, until suddenly, one of her hands freezes in place. Her breath catches, and she starts choking, gasping for air as her body convulses. At that very moment, Imam finally breaks the curse, causing Lars's body to slam to the floor, while Yuli spews blood mixed with fragments of shattered bone. Lars's arm jerks uncontrollably, twisting at odd angles, and the invisible power forces Yuli to pick up the bloodied bones, before stabbing herself in the face with them. Through the chaos, Imam tells Tika to pray for her mother, and meanwhile, Yuli grabs a stone and begins striking Amber's corpse over and over. Suddenly, many jinns surround her and start hitting her with rocks. She screams for help, but their fury drowns out her voice. Imam chants over a bottle of water and sprinkles it over Lara's, whose body convulses before slowly beginning to calm. But Yuli's torment continues. The jinns, now joined by the spirits of Ambar, Dayan, Rudy, and even Yono. It is then revealed that Yuli had severed her own limbs, which ultimately leads to her death, and Lara's vomits blood, crawling with centipedes and insects. Meanwhile, the nails stop moving, and the shaman whispers, "May God forgive her sins." Laras collapses into Tika's arms, and Imam tells her to ask for forgiveness. Laras struggles to speak, her lips trembling as she gasps for air, and with one last, shallow breath, her body falls, still in Tika's arms, lifeless. The next day, after Loris's burial, Imam tells Tika to stay strong. She assures him that she will, and the movie ends there. At the beginning of the movie, we see a house in a village called Van Dung in 1990. A woman named Linda.
Whew, I'm happy I
herself with a man. Looking at
augmented
it,
my
she
weapons.
smiles with teary eyes. She puts the photo back and takes out a magazine. Meanwhile, somewhere else, someone is performing a black magic ritual. We then see Linda sitting on her couch, when suddenly there is a knock at the door. She calls out for her daughter Ira, thinking it's her. As she gets up to open the door, the knocking continues. Just then, she sees multiple demonic hands crawling out, and then quickly retreating behind the wall. Terrified, she moves forward to check, only to hear a sound behind her. A demonic hand grabs her head, throws her to the floor, drags her away, and disappears. The door opens on its own, and a growl echoes through the room. Linda looks toward the door and sees several demonic hands reaching out at her. She screams, and the scene cuts.
Comment. Subscribe to Recaps Horror.
The scene then shifts to 4 months later. Ira is combing Linda's hair. Linda, now very sick, tells Ira that she feels someone watching her at night. Ira replies, "It's just the two of us here," but Linda insists, "No, there's someone else." Suddenly, Linda feels extremely hot. Ira tries to calm her down, and while combing her hair,
She feels hot.
she finds a centipede in it, which immediately disappears, leaving Ira frightened. We then see Ira writing a letter to Mr. File about her mother's condition. She writes, "I can only confide in you, even though I know you only as a pen pal from the magazine column you write. This is the 4th month of my mother's illness. There is still no explanation for what's happening to her, but I've witnessed strange things that keep happening around her. Later, Ira is feeding her mother when suddenly Linda complains that the food is too hot. She throws the bowl away and gulps down water. Then something begins to come out of her mouth. It's a piece of glass. Suddenly, Linda tries to attack Ira with it. Ira struggles to hold her back, and the glass cuts Ira near her chin. Just then, Linda snaps out of it, and Ira is left terrified. We then see Ira on a call with her elder sister Ara, who tells her she cannot come home because she's busy with work. Ira then calls her brother Ari, but he also refuses, saying that traveling home is expensive, and he had visited just a few months ago. Hearing this, Ira feels heartbroken. She writes to Mr. File again, telling him that her mother's condition is getting worse day by day. Linda often hallucinates about the same haunting hands, and now she even harms herself and sometimes Ira. Just then, Ira hears her mother crying in her room, but the sobs suddenly stop. As she turns, Linda rushes toward her in panic, gasping, "Help me!" It's hot. She vomits blood, and a centipede crawls out of it. The scene cuts to Linda coming out of her house at night as Ira's voiceover says, "Ari, Ara, Mom was never like other mothers. She raised us alone, and we never understood the men who came and went until we were older. The whole village already knew our mother was seen as a promiscuous woman, a prostitute." Linda removes her robe and starts roaming around the village. Meanwhile, Ira is shown posting her letter to Mr. File. Two villagers walk past some bushes and notice movement. Suddenly, Linda appears behind them, smoking. She simply says, "Excuse me," and walks away. The frightened villagers rush to report this to the village chief. We then see Linda lying in the graveyard as Ira notices the villagers heading in the same direction. The villagers surround Linda, shouting insults at her. Linda laughs hysterically. Ira arrives and shields her mother, but the villagers begin yelling at both of them. Just then, Ustad arrives and calms everyone down, forcing the villagers to leave. The village chief warns Ira that if she can no longer take care of her mother, she should call her siblings back immediately. He adds that if something like this happens again, both she and her mother will have to leave the village. Later, Ira asks Linda why she went to her grandparents' graves dressed like that. "If they throw us out of the village, where will we go?" Linda apologizes for constantly troubling her and says that out of all her children, each with a different father, Ira is the only one devoted to her. Sometime later, Ira receives a letter from Mr. File. He writes, "For 4 months, you've been telling me about your mother's illness, but only now do I dare say this. After reading everything, I don't think her illness is ordinary. I suspect your mother is cursed." Just then, there's a knock at the door. When Ira opens it, she finds Ara, Ari, and Adelia, Ari's daughter. Ari and Ara notice the house is a bit messy, and suddenly Ara feels a sharp pain in her stomach. They check on Linda, who is asleep, and Ira tells them everything that happened the previous night. Later, the three of them sit in the living area discussing it. Ira explains she took Linda to a doctor, and even a local medic, but both said nothing was physically wrong. She adds, "But I think Mom is cursed." Ari asks what she means, and Ira replies, "Black magic, someone trying to torment the victim." Ara mocks Ira, saying this is exactly why she wants her to move to the city, to change her mindset. Ira struggles to explain what is happening to their mother, pointing out that a glass shard came out of Linda's mouth, and that she even attacked her. Ara dismisses it, insisting anyone would fall ill in such a damp and dusty house. Ira argues that maintaining the house while caring for their mother is not easy, and that Linda would become angry if she threw anything away. Ara retorts that their mother threw her children away easily. Ira defends Linda, insisting she never abandoned them and that Ara ran away.
Finish
Ara questions
dealing
why
with
she continues to
darkness
defend their
quest.
mother, and Ara responds that
There's
despite
another
having different
quest we didn't
fathers,
sign.
they share the same mother, and she needs them. Suddenly, Linda wakes up. Her body stiffens, and she begins levitating in the air. On the ceiling, she sees the same haunting, demonic hands crawling toward her. Terrified but unable to scream, she is grabbed by one hand at the neck, and then all of them begin strangling her. Hearing her scream, the children rush to her room. Ira finds her frozen, gasping, and then Linda collapses and dies. Ira breaks down in tears. The next day, some villagers gather for Linda's funeral. Ara sits in another room, taking medicine because her stomach cramps have worsened. Ira asks her to join the prayer, but Ara says she's on her period. She apologizes for what she said the previous night and hugs Ira. Outside, Ustad and the villagers begin the funeral prayer. Suddenly, a black cat enters the house and runs across Linda's body. At that moment, Linda begins breathing again. She abruptly wakes up and looks around with a smile, mistaking her for a ghost. The villagers panic and run, and even the family is horrified. Later, Ari questions the doctor about what happened. The doctor explains that Linda experienced apparent death, a rare condition where a person appears dead but isn't. Later, Ira takes Ari and Ara to meet Linda. Linda insists that from now on, they must stay together and not split up, especially now that there is a grandchild. Ari and Ara have a conversation afterward. Ari asks when Ara will return to Jakarta. She says the day after tomorrow. He asks if he can stay with her, but she declines, explaining that she lives in a boarding house and not alone. She advises him to stay in the village for a while. The next morning, Ara wakes Ira to show her that the house is clean. Ira is surprised, but Linda soon arrives, revealing that she cleaned the house herself and even prepared breakfast for them. Ira wonders why Linda needed to do so much work, and Linda simply says she is fine now. She then serves food to her children. Ira writes to Mr. File, expressing her happiness. Since coming back to life, her mother has changed. She has become kinder. Her illness has vanished. Hallucinations of the mysterious hands have stopped, and her face looks refreshed. The house feels healthier because she keeps it clean, something she never did before. It seems her mother has truly become a different person. Just then, a housefly lands on Linda's eye, breaking the serene moment. That night, when Ira is in her room, she suddenly feels someone walking behind her, but no one is there. Blood begins dripping from the ceiling, which is covered in fungus, and more blood falls, crawling with insects. Meanwhile, Ari and Adelia sleep, but Ari wakes to a strange sound. He finds Linda watching a static-filled TV. When he asks why, she does not respond. Instead, she begins scratching and peeling the skin from her hand, terrifying him. Linda then turns slowly, her eyes milky white, and utters that she is calling in a promise. Ari asks what she means, but Linda only smiles, turns back, and slides down in the chair. When Ari approaches, the chair is empty, and he sees her inside the TV. A drawer suddenly opens, and Linda appears beside him. Ari jolts awake, realizing it was a dream. The next day, we see Ara crying in the washroom. She is bleeding internally, looking anxious and clutching her stomach. She then puts her hand inside herself.
Okay, what is
pulls
going
out a
on?
thick clump of blood that resembles an underdeveloped fetus, and flushes
Give
it.
me my
Later,
tools!
we see Ira trying to wash Ara's blood-stained bedsheet. No matter how hard she tries, it won't come clean. She dips the bedsheet in water, and suddenly bubbles rise to the surface. She sees a fetus in the water, which frightens her. When she looks again, it vanishes. She searches through the water but cannot find it, and terrified, she runs away. Next, Linda gifts Adelia a doll. Ari comes
doll?
in, and Adelia excitedly shows him the doll. Adelia thanks her grandmother. and
Oh
leaves.
my
As she
gosh.
walks away, Ari tells Linda that he can afford a doll himself, then leaves. Linda then smiles subtly at Ara. The scene then cuts to Adelia playing with the doll, which suddenly transforms into a demonic version. Frightened, Adelia tries to escape.
My tea's not working anymore.
At that moment, the doll's head separates from its body, as if it were a real human. Ari arrives just then, and Adelia tells him about the doll, but now it appears normal. Ari locks the doll inside a cupboard and leaves with Adelia. However, the cupboard opens on its own, and the doll appears haunted, but only to Adelia. Ari locks the cupboard again, and they leave. Later, Ari is playing hide-and-seek with Adelia. She hides, and he starts searching for her. He spots Adelia under the bed, and as he bends down,
spotted
calls
Adelia.
out from behind. When he looks under the bed again, he sees a ghost, and it suddenly transforms into the doll Linda gave to Adelia. We then see Ira hanging the bedsheet out to dry. Suddenly, it falls to the ground, and it appears as if a person is inside it. The figure sits up, looks at Ira, then lies down and vanishes, leaving only the bedsheet behind. Suddenly, Linda appears behind Ira, startling her, and offers to help. Later that night, while Ira and Ara are sleeping, Ara wakes up to a loud thud. Curious, she gets out of her room to investigate and sees Linda hitting her head on a wooden partition. Ara approaches her, and Linda stops, looking as if she's about to vomit. Suddenly, she pulls a fetus out of her mouth and shows it to Ara. The fetus cries, and Ara jolts awake, realizing it was just a dream. At that moment,
Those are not
there's a knock
dreams, sorry.
on the
Those
door,
are
but
literally
she
straight
ignores
up
it and lies down,
nightmares.
terrified. The next day, Ara asks Ira if she feels there is something strange about their mother. Ira suggests it might be a result of her apparent death. Meanwhile, Ari is at the market with Linda. When Ari goes to buy a cigarette, he spots his mother in the distance. He follows her and ends up in an isolated place, where he sees her again, standing with her back turned. Linda slowly turns, looking demonic. She smiles and begins floating toward him, levitating as the lights flicker, and then suddenly disappears. He hears her voice and heavy breathing behind him, and she suddenly appears in front of him, haunting him. But it turns out Ari was imagining the entire scene. Later that night, during dinner, Ari stops Adelia from eating. When Linda insists that Adelia should eat, Ari takes her to the bedroom. Linda then taunts Ara, saying she should have had another grandchild. But sadly, the baby was aborted. Ira is confused by this. Linda tells Ara that her life path mirrors her own. but
My
the
tea is
only
not
difference
working
is
anymore.
that Ara is worse than her. She claims Ara had the heart to kill her own baby. Ara retorts
My
that it was
tea is
Linda
dead.
who always demeaned and beat her children since they were young. She says that as children, they witnessed men coming in and out of the house, and it was painful growing up like that. Ira defends their mother, saying that although she is not perfect,
No.
she makes an effort to provide them with a home, food, and education, and she never abandoned them. Angered, Ira storms out. Later, while doing household chores, Ira notices that the TV has turned on by itself. She switches it off, but it turns back on. She sees Linda on the screen, and then the TV suddenly shuts off. The chandelier begins to swing on its own, and a hand grabs Ira, only to vanish instantly, terrifying her. Meanwhile, Ara is sleeping in her room when she hears a woman humming. She looks around but sees no one and falls back asleep. Suddenly, we see Linda sitting in a rocking chair with a baby, humming. Ara wakes up in fear, but Linda vanishes instantly. Terrified, Ara turns to sleep in the opposite direction, only to hear the humming again. When she looks, no one is there. Suddenly, Linda appears right in front of her but disappears instantly, startling Ara. At that moment, blood begins to flow from Ara's breast. She rushes to Ira and asks about the curse she mentioned before. Ira then shows her the letter she received from Mr. File. We then see Ari in his room, with Adelia sleeping beside him. Suddenly, the window of the room swings open. He goes to close it, but when he turns around, Adelia is missing from the bed. Just then, he spots her in a demonic form. She crawls toward him and starts scratching him. Hearing the commotion, Ara and Ira rush to his room and find Ari terrified, with scratch marks on his chest, while Adelia is normal and is on the bed. Next, Ira receives a letter from Mr. File explaining how to confirm if their mother is actually cursed. The instructions state that she must prepare a glass of water and a free-range egg, recite a specific chant written in the letter, and blow on it 3 times before placing the items under her mother's bed. She follows the instructions, and the egg stands upright on its own. Frightened, Ira places the items under Linda's bed. At that moment, someone gets down from the bed, and Ira sees a pair of legs. But when she checks, Linda is still sleeping on the bed. She looks under the bed again, but now there's no one there. Just then, Adelia arrives.
Fuck, that was scary. I
Ira
thought
asks
someone was
what
talking
she's
to
doing
me.
there, and Adelia
Behind me.
replies that she wants to sleep here instead of with her dad. Quietly, she lies down beside Linda. The next day, when Ira cracks the egg, black liquid pours out. She realizes that their mother is indeed cursed. Everyone concludes that this is the reason for the strange occurrences they have been experiencing.
Detergent and
Ari says
naphthalene.
that Linda is no longer their real mother and insists that they need to leave the house. Later, Mr. File receives a letter from Ira, in which she explains that she followed his instructions and confirmed that her mother is cursed. She adds that they are being haunted
Let's see
by
first
an
if I can
entity
find some
resembling their
tomorrow.
mother and asks for his help. That night, Ari suggests that they should stay one more night because the weather outside is extremely cold and he cannot take Adelia out in such conditions. Ira comments that she cannot leave Linda alone, but Ari suggests that they leave Linda temporarily and come back after finding a cure. We then see everyone sleeping in the same room. Suddenly, Ara realizes she is bleeding. She goes to the washroom to clean herself and change. While in the washroom, she feels a sharp pain in her stomach, and a glass falls and shatters on the floor. She hurriedly changes her lower clothes, and as she gets up to leave, she hears the cry of a baby. Terrified, she covers her ears and pleads for it to stop. When she tries to leave, she finds the door locked. Then she hears bubbling sounds from the water. As she goes to check and looks into the water, Linda suddenly appears in the reflection. Frightened, Ara slips, hits her head on the sink, and dies. At that moment, Ira realizes that Ara is not in bed. She notices bloodstains on the bedsheet and on the floor. As she goes out to investigate, she sees Ara standing in front of her, in a terrible state, but Ara vanishes instantly. Confused and terrified, Ira rushes to the washroom and is shocked to see Ara's lifeless body lying there. Overcome with grief, she cries and hugs her.
You're still watching? Good. Like, comment, and subscribe to Recaps Horror.
The scene cuts to Ara's burial ceremony. As everyone leaves, Linda tells Adelia, "Let's go home." But Ari stops Adelia, and Linda leaves alone. Ira tells Ari that she will stay behind for a while, and Ari departs with Adelia. After some time, Mr. File arrives. Ira asks who he is, and he introduces himself. He explains that her mother is no longer her mother. It is a
Oh, it's
death.
the
He
morning.
tells her that when someone is cursed, the person who casts the curse must ensure the victim dies and is buried as an offering to the devil. Therefore, if the family is experiencing this terror, the cursor must be from their own family. One thing is certain, it is not their late sister. Ira realizes that the cursor is Ari. A flashback shows Ara and Ari leaving home in anger as teenagers. Ira pleads with them not to go, but Linda allows them to leave, saying they cannot survive on their own. Years later, Ari comes to Linda asking for financial help because he cannot pay rent. Linda refuses, saying it is none of her business. Aria, frustrated, asks if it is so hard for her to give her son money and suggests she just sell her body. Enraged, Linda slaps him and says if he thinks selling one's body is easy, he should ask his wife to do it. She throws money in his face and leaves. When Ari's wife realizes that he hasn't arranged the money, she leaves him, leaving their daughter with him. Enraged, Ari casts a curse on his mother with the help of a mysterious man. The man gives him a cloth and instructs him to bury it in Linda's yard. He warns that if Ari ever changes his mind, he must retrieve the cloth and burn it. The scene then shows Ari burying the cursed cloth in Linda's yard. In the present, Ari is digging at the spot where he buried the cursed cloth. Adelia urges him to go inside, but he insists that she stay put. At that moment, Adelia sees her mother calling to her and goes toward her. Ira approaches Ari and confronts him, asking
Where
why
can I
he
put
cursed
this
him.
one?
Mr. File joins them and advises that they leave immediately. Ari insists he cannot leave until he burns the cursed cloth. Suddenly, he realizes that Adelia is missing. They all rush inside, but the door slams shut. Ira tells Ari to get rid of the cursed cloth while she takes care of Adelia. Ari agrees. We then see Ira climbs in through the window, and it slams shut behind her. Ira, terrified, enters the house, and suddenly the TV switches on by itself. On the screen, she sees Linda. Just as quickly, the TV shuts off, and a demonic hand grabs her, strangling her. Ira falls to the ground. She then hears Adelia's voice and rushes to her. Adelia points in a direction, and Ira looks to see only Adelia's hand in her grasp. There is no body. Panicked, she throws the hand away. Meanwhile, Ari struggles to find the cursed cloth, while File desperately tries to enter the house. Inside, Ira sees Adelia approaching the door. Adelia says. Grandma is evil and she asked me to do this. Suddenly, she hits her head on a glass panel. As Ira moves to save her, the dining table slides over and pins her. In her demonic form, Linda laughs from the corner of the ceiling. She crawls down and moves toward Adelia. Adelia breaks the glass, but Linda reaches her, grabbing her by the head. Linda's neck stretches unnaturally up to the ceiling. Ira watches in horror. In a demonic voice, Linda says, "Do you know, Ira? A promise must be kept," Ira asks. "What promise?" Linda replies. "The promise for me to take your mother's soul. People rarely honor their promises." Ira realizes that the curse was meant to kill her mother. Linda continues, "The promise was not honored. In exchange, I will take all the lives of your family. It started with your sister, and the next one is little Adelia." She laughs maniacally. Just then, File manages to enter the house, but Linda uses her powers to throw him into a wall. As she prepares to smash Adelia's face onto the broken glass, Ari finally manages to find the cursed cloth and burns it. Linda's body immediately starts burning. Her powers vanish, and Ira frees herself, rushing to hug Adelia. The scene ends with Linda's charred body lying beside them. The demon is finally defeated. Ira and Adelia come out to join Ari. Just as Ira says, it's all over. The ground erupts with multiple demonic hands. They shoot up violently, seizing Ari and dragging him down into the earth. Adelia and Ira watch in terror as the hands slowly pull him beneath the ground, vanishing from sight. The next day, Ira is at the graveyard. File approaches and asks, "Is your full name Ira Kusumadevi?" Surprised, Ira asks how he knows. He hands her an envelope, and inside is the same photograph that Linda had taken from the drawer at the beginning of the story. Linda is with File in the picture. Ira also finds a letter that Linda had written to File long ago. It reads, "Dear File, I am sorry to leave you like this. There's one thing you should know. You are the only man I have ever loved. It never crossed my mind that a woman like me could be worthy of your love, but you deserve to be with a better woman. I will take my leave, taking a part of you in my womb. I will name her Ira Kusumadevi." Ira realizes that File is her father. Overcome with emotion, she hugs him. In the final scene, Adelia watches from a distance with a black cat beside her. With this haunting image, the story ends. Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed the chills, hit that like button, subscribe, and turn on notifications so you never miss a scare. Until next time, stay spooky. At the beginning of the movie, we see a girl named Anne praying in her room. Her mother knocks on the door and asks Anne to open it. Suddenly, her mother becomes aggressive and starts banging on the door violently. She begins smashing her head
Which
against
one?
it, and as Anne screams, the scene cuts to black.
No, I mean, what mod?
Comment. Subscribe to Recaps Horror.
We then see Anne as an adult. She is now a nun and is in a session with a psychologist, Dr. Peters. Anne tells her that her mother struggled with depression and was eventually diagnosed with schizophrenia. But even as a child, she felt it was something more. She explains that every night her
I mean,
mother
why
came
top
to her
and
room,
try her mid?
sometimes as her real mother, beautiful and
Yeah, but
loving,
I don't have to
and
play right now. I
sometimes
can eat my
as
kimchi. I'm
something
kind of
else entirely.
hungry.
She would comb my hair, hum that song.
My
She
kimchi.
would hurt me, and then she would hold me and
No,
cry,
I think I'm gonna
saying
eat.
the voice in her head made her do it. Peters begins to say that abuse from someone you trust.
Not the
hurts,
abuse!
But Anne interrupts, insisting that her mother was incapable of hurting her because she loved her. It was the thing inside her, Anne says. She was possessed. With this, the scene cuts to black again. Next, we learn that in 1835 AD, the Vatican established a school in Rome to train priests in the rite of exorcism. By 2018 AD, reports of demonic possession had reached unprecedented numbers worldwide. In response, the Vatican opened exorcism schools outside Rome for the first time. Nuns served only in nursing roles. They were educated in patient care, but strictly prohibited from exorcism training, which remained exclusively the domain of priests. The scene then shifts to the St. Michael, the Archangel School of Exorcism in Boston, Massachusetts, where Anne works as a nurse. It cuts to Dr. Peters teaching a class at the school, where Anne is also present. She explains that during the Spanish Inquisition, the church tortured and executed thousands of supposed heretics, many of whom were simply suffering from mental illnesses. The very building they're in was built in the 18th century to combat rising occult practices. Back then, clergy would drag women accused of dark arts to the baptismal well to cleanse them, drowning countless victims in holy water before the practice was finally stopped. Anne asks if she's denying that real cases of possession exist. Peter replies that she's been there long enough to have seen things she can't explain, but the mind is incredibly powerful. It can deceive us and distort our reality. She explains that the church's approach has evolved, which is why psychiatrists like her are now essential. Under the Vatican's new guidelines, anyone suspected of possession must undergo thorough physical and psychological evaluations before being approved for an exorcism. We then see Anne visiting a patient named Natalie. Dr. Peters is discussing Natalie's case with the other doctors, and we learn that she was brought in for evaluation after experiencing seizures, muscle spasms, incontinence, and hypersalivation. Natalie's mother believes her daughter is possessed by an evil entity, but Peters is convinced the test results will prove otherwise. After she leaves, we see that Anne and Natalie share a warm bond. Natalie even calls Anne her favorite person. Later that night, Anne is in her room, looking at a comb. This triggers a memory of her childhood, when her mother would sometimes hurt her while combing her hair, leaving her terrified. Anne goes to close her window, and suddenly sees Natalie's reflection in the glass. Even though the room is empty, terrified, she looks around and feels as if someone is standing outside her door. When she opens it, no one is there, but we see Natalie walking away, unseen by Anne. Anne then hears a strange sound, and the scene cuts to the next day at the school. While walking through the patient corridor, she hears someone whisper her name and a baby crying in the distance. A voice whispers, "Anne, let go." Suddenly, Natalie appears behind her out of nowhere. Anne asks if she's feeling okay. Natalie says she doesn't like her room. Anne asks how she got out, and Natalie replies that she wanted to find her. Anne tells her to head back, and Natalie holds Anne's hand as the two walk away together. We then see Anne coming down the stairs when she once again hears a whisper calling her name. She keeps moving forward, trying to ignore it, but then the whisper says, "I am here with you." Moments later, she hears a demonic voice speaking in a foreign language coming from a nearby room. When she checks, she sees that Father Quinn is conducting a class where they are studying the exorcism case of a possessed girl named Elena. Anne quietly takes a seat in the class. Father Quinn explains that Elena had entered the terminal stage of possession, tearing her clothes, licking her own wounds, and eating whole. At this stage, the possessed reaches the peak of physical and spiritual corruption. Deliverance is still possible, but death is likely, and sadly, Elena died first. He tells the class that demons feel no fatigue, fear, or doubt, and that entering a possessed person's room is stepping onto a battlefield. The devil will distract you and weaken your faith, so the word of God becomes your strongest weapon. He adds that exorcism isn't just prayers. One must know how to strike correctly. Unfortunately, the priests made fatal mistakes in Elena's case, and he asks the class what they would have done differently. Next, we see Anne studying Elena's case more closely. She listens to a recording of the exorcism where Elena talks about the voices she hears, triggering a flashback of Anne telling Dr. Peters that her mother heard similar voices during possession. Those voices would say they didn't want the mother. They wanted to take Anne instead because she was God's chosen soldier. Anne tries to read more case reports, but the librarian nun tells her that the documents she has already seen are the only ones available to the public. The rest are classified and cannot be shown to her. We then see the head nun, Euphemia, scolding Anne in front of Father Quinn for quietly attending his exorcism class. She reminds Anne that according to the church's rules, only male clergy are permitted to enroll in exorcism training. Anne tries to defend herself, saying that if women are not allowed now, someone has to be the first. But Euphemia sternly tells her that it is not a woman's role to free souls from their tormentors. Their duty is to comfort,
Duty.
pray, and show mercy. Anne reluctantly agrees and leaves. However, Father Quinn stands up for her, saying she just wants to learn. Euphemia responds that her only concern is to protect Anne. In the next scene, Anne is bathing a very old patient named Clark when he suddenly begins humming a song. Anne listens carefully, realizes it's the same song her mother used to hum, and asks him how he knows it. He replies, "We've been waiting for you." She notices his skin burning wherever the sponge touches him. Just then, her mother's voice begins singing the same song over the facility's speakers. Clark says, "Your mother has a pretty voice." Terrified, Anne tries to... Anne is bathing a very old patient named Clark when he suddenly begins humming a song. Anne listens carefully, realizes it's the same song her mother used to hum, and asks him how he knows it. He replies, "We've been waiting for you." She notices his skin burning wherever the sponge touches him. Just then, her mother's voice begins singing the same song over the facility's speakers. Clark says, "Your mother has a pretty voice." Terrified, Anne tries to leave, but the door slams shut. As she struggles with the lock, Clark attacks her, growling, "Let me in." He turns demonic and starts dancing with her as the lights flicker. Anne finally manages to push him back, and he suddenly returns to normal. We then see Father Quinn and Euphemia presenting the CCTV footage of Anne's incident to their superior. Euphemia insists that Anne should be sent back to the convent for her safety and the safety of others. Father Quinn disagrees, saying evil is not confined to the walls of their institution, and Anne is safer under his guidance. He wants to teach her, not formally, but enough for her to protect herself and others.
Hey, was not in the Harry Potter?
Saying this goes against years of tradition. Quinn replies that he isn't sure what exactly is happening, but Anne's connection feels personal. Euphemia says everyone has a personal relationship with God. Quinn answers, not with God, but with the devil. In the following scene, Anne begins attending the exorcism classes and is thrilled about the opportunity. As part of the training, Father Quinn takes the students to a restricted area where the most dangerous possessed patients are kept. He tells them their subject today is a recent admission, one whose behavior Dr. Peters couldn't explain. It turns out to be Natalie. Quinn tells them she is 10 years old and asks for 2 volunteers. Anne raises her hand immediately, but Quinn doesn't choose her. Instead, he selects Father Dante and Father Raymond. Quinn explains that this is a baptism by fire. He tells them the name Lucifer comes from the Latin lucem fer, bringer of light. The devil will shine that light into the darkest corners of their
We're
mind.
gonna shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond.
Dante and Raymond enter the chamber and begin the exorcism rites. Natalie turns her head, her face distorted. She plugs her ears, singing, "I can't hear you." Then her eyes turn demonic. She crawls up into a corner of the wall, haunting.
That was
The
kind of cool.
CCTV feed cuts out, and the lights flicker. Dante and Raymond resume praying. Natalie says, "Una chica," shocking Dante, then jumps down and growls at him. Her eyes return to normal as she moves toward the one-way observation window. Even though she can't see out, she approaches the exact spot where Anne is standing. Fearfully, Anne watches as Natalie covers her own eyes and cuts form on her hands, releasing worms from it. Natalie haunts her and says, "Let me in," banging the glass. Things spiral out of control, and Father Quinn rushes into the chamber, reciting prayers. Natalie crawls under the bed, then rises beneath the blanket, making demonic noises. When Quinn lifts the blanket, no one is there, until Natalie suddenly grabs his leg and pulls him down. Her body twists unnaturally as she rises from behind the bed. Anne runs into
That
the
was
room,
cool.
holding her, and calmly calls, "Natalie, can you hear me?" Natalie growls, but Anne gently repeats, "I'm here with you." Natalie softens and says, "I'm scared." Suddenly, she collapses, her hair being pulled into her mouth by an invisible force. Dante and Raymond rush to pull the hair out, while Quinn and Anne recite prayers. A demonic hand bursts from Natalie's mouth, clutching her hair, then abruptly releases it, throwing Dante and Raymond backward. Before retreating, Natalie returns to normal. Anne comforts her, while Dante finds a drawing nearby. a picture of a pregnant woman with the words Una Chica written on it.
Una chica,
Later,
una
we see
chica.
Dante, Raymond, and Anne
Look at
spending
me,
time
I'm a chica. I'm a chica.
saying that because of her, the demon
I'm a
hates him,
chica.
since some part of Natalie was still fighting inside. He then shows them the drawing with Una Chica written on it. He confesses that he thinks it was meant for him because his
I
baby
see yellow
sister,
everywhere right
Amelia,
now.
was raped and became pregnant. She lost the baby, and she has been suffering ever since. That night, Anne goes to place some supplies inside the restricted area, where she notices a dead body inside one of the chambers. Curious, she steps inside and approaches it. When she lifts the white sheet off the body, she is horrified to see her mother lying there. She suddenly hears a noise behind her. She turns, then turns back, and the body has vanished. Her mother suddenly grabs her from behind, and Anne jolts awake. The next morning, Anne visits Natalie, who looks weak. Anne asks how she is, and Natalie replies, sleepy. She tells Anne she had a bad dream. When Anne asks about it, Natalie says, I was in a room, just like this one, and there were people. They were all yelling. Anne asks, yelling at you? Natalie says she couldn't understand most of it. I think they were talking to someone else. When Anne asks who, Natalie replies, the voice. Anne asks, whose voice? Natalie says, he tells me things, promises me things. Sometimes he shows me things. They're bad, she adds. You were there too, but you weren't yelling.
That sounds like
She
a
dozes off,
pervert.
then suddenly tried to grab Anne's hand in her sleep, startling her. We then see Anne talking to Father Quinn, who says Natalie will stay under observation, and, if she worsens, will be sent to the Vatican. When Anne asks if that means Natalie is a terminal case, Quinn nods. Anne admits she's grown attached, but Quinn reminds her that an exorcist is a confessor and intercessor, not a friend. When she asks if she can save Natalie, he says terminal cases are extremely delicate, and only the most skilled exorcists can handle them. If she truly wants to help, she should pray. Her strength lies in spirit, not flesh. After this, Anne starts taking notes on possession cases and, with Father Dante's help, checks classified files in the library. She discovers that most people sent to the Vatican never recover and eventually die, but finds one woman who survived. Anne watches her interview, where the woman recalls soldiers entering her home and choosing to run, leaving her two younger sisters behind, who were then shot. She says the demon spoke to her through the sound of those gunshots, taking control of her. When the interviewer asks if she was healed after the exorcism, she scoffs, detach a part from her face, and says she kept cutting, but the body remained. She prayed for forgiveness, but deep down never felt she deserved it, and still lives with that guilt. Next, Anne confides in Dr. Peters that her mother lived with deep guilt. A flashback shows young Anne hiding while her mother searches for her. When her mother suddenly appears and shows her a comb, Anne panics and runs, but her mother catches her. The scene returns to the present as Dr. Peters explains that facing such traumatic memories is extremely difficult. Anne shares that her mother eventually took her own life, Peters says, and you felt responsible for her death. She says that this kind of shame is a common trauma response, and the only way to disarm these memories is to confront them. She goes to meet Natalie, but another nun tells her that access to Natalie's chamber has been restricted. She may be getting transferred. Alarmed, Anne rushes to Father Quinn and insists they shouldn't send Natalie away. She's seen the records, and the mortality rate for terminal cases is over 90%. Anne says she sees a lonely, frightened little girl at the center of all this, and that exorcism should consider the victim's perspective too. The demon wants to dehumanize the possessed and make them feel unworthy of God's love. Their goal should be to connect with the victim and help them fight for their humanity. Some cases are unique, she says. Quinn asks what makes them unique. Anne explains that some victims carry such deep shame and guilt that they invite the demon in. They want to suffer and surrender control. Quinn asks where Natalie's shame would come from, since she's only 10. Anne has no answer. He warns her that they cannot perform Natalie's exorcism. It's too dangerous, and she must be transferred to Vatican experts. Upset, Anne walks away. Father Dante meets her and says he overheard the conversation. He urges her to prove she's right. by performing an exorcism on his sister Amelia, who is also possessed. He tried to admit her to the facility, but it was complicated for the church. Anne asks if he really wants an unauthorized exorcism. Dante pleads for her help, saying only Anne can free Amelia because she can see past the demon and reach the person inside. They go to Dante's house, greet his mother, and then enter Amelia's room. Dante lights candles and tells Anne that Amelia has been asleep for 3 days. He closes the door and begins the ritual. Anne makes the sign of the cross on Amelia's forehead, then notices Amelia scratching her stomach under the blanket. She then sees multiple scratch marks on her stomach. Anne blesses her stomach, and Amelia calms, then suddenly looks at her. Dante introduces Anne, saying she's here to help. Amelia whispers, "It won't stop." Anne asks, "The voice?" Amelia nods. Anne comforts her, saying the demon has no power except what she gives it. Dante begins praying and the fan speeds up. The demon taunts Anne. "You know what it's like to have something growing inside you." Anne says yes, and Amelia adds, "At least I knew who the father was." The candles go out as Amelia convulses, her stomach swelling like she's pregnant, a baby's hand pressing from within. A fan blade flies off and hits the mirror. Amelia laughs. Anne urges her to focus. Another blade breaks loose and hits the window. Anne gently tells her the demon preys on the devout because their guilt runs deepest. But this body is hers, not the demon's.
What the
She doesn't
fuck?
need to hide. Anne knows
Why's my
she
thing
won't
not working now?
pain to stop. As Dante prays harder, Anne tells her to confess to herself, and she'll be forgiven. Suddenly, Amelia's stomach returns to normal. The candles relight.
No, I
Amelia
cannot.
collapses into Anne's arms, crying. Anne tells her it's over. She's free. Later, Anne and Dante sit outside. Anne opens up about her own past. She became pregnant at 15, too intoxicated to remember who the father was. Her foster home kicked her out. By God's grace, she ended up at the Sisters of St. Mary, who took her in and cared for her. Dante asks about the baby. Anne says the sisters arranged an adoption. She held her daughter only for a moment, but has carried that memory ever since. She says she abandoned her and prays that God forgives her. Dante assures her that God already has. Next, Anne is seen in her room, staring at herself in the mirror with her mother's comb in hand. As she brushes her hair, she remembers her mother, then throws the comb into the sink. She suddenly feels something in her eye and pulls out a strand of hair from inside it. When she bends, we see her mother's spirit in the room, which vanishes instantly. A knock breaks the moment. Euphemia arrives to say the superior is calling her. The superior informs her that Amelia, Dante's sister, took her own life the previous night, and Amelia's mother reported that Anne attempted an exorcism on her. Shocked, Anne admits it. Dante defends her, but she is scolded, with Quinn explaining she was nowhere near prepared for such a ritual. The demon only retreated. It wasn't defeated. Defeated and heartbroken, Anne decides to return to her original convent. Back
Well,
at
better
home,
than what you did,
Dr. Peters
bitch.
visits her.
Sorry.
She says she heard about Amelia and comforts Anne, explaining that even she has lost patience. She tried desperately to save. She then shares some good news. Natalie has been released after observation and went home with her mother that morning, which brings Anne immense relief. But later, Dante arrives with alarming news. Something has happened at the school. Natalie relapsed suddenly, killed people in the ambulance, and was found in a demonic state. Anne says she'll pray for Natalie's deliverance, adding that Natalie is now considered a terminal case and will be transferred back to Rome. Dante then tells her they've moved Natalie to the catacombs beneath the main building, where old holding cells still exist. She's been completely sealed off from the rest of the academy because they aren't willing to risk more lives attempting another exorcism. Anne asks why he's telling her this, and Dante shows her a crucifix necklace that Natalie gave her. Anne recognizes it instantly. It's the same one she received when she first arrived at the convent, the one she wrapped around her baby's wrist the day she gave her away. She realizes Natalie is her daughter, and the demon is using the will to reach her. Anne says she can't let Natalie suffer because of her. Anne and Dante head straight to the catacombs. They enter the chamber where Natalie is being held, where Raymond and other priests are already inside. Raymond tries to stop Anne, but Dante stands by her. Just then, Natalie speaks, telling Anne not to act like a stranger, and reminding her that she'd sent an invitation. She looks up, and the lights abruptly go out, plunging the chamber into darkness. She begins to hum. Anne calls her name, but Natalie sings, "I can't hear you," before violently hurling the priest away with her power, killing them instantly. Moments later, Raymond is dragged into the darkness as well. Dante rushes after him, but when they reach him, they discover that Raymond is already dead. Anne and Dante move deeper into the catacombs.
Oh, that is fucking
Natalie
Crouch.
before
Are you kidding me?
Natalie asks why Anne left her, saying she had been scared and alone. Anne insists this isn't really Natalie. The entity steps closer and presses her to admit why she gave her daughter away. Anne says she was only 15, but the demon counters that the real reason lies in what happened to her mother. She sacrificed herself to save Anne, leaving Anne convinced she could never be a mother. Realizing the demon is using her daughter to break her, Anne chooses to save Natalie the way her own mother once saved her. She surrenders herself. Natalie runs to Anne and embraces her, saying she loves her. In that moment, the demon abandons Natalie and enters Anne's body, and both collapse to the ground. The demon now fully possesses Anne. Her body convulses and rises into the air. Dante tries to escape, but the door locks. He manages to create a small opening for Natalie and urges her to run and hide.
You're still watching. Like, comment, and subscribe to Recaps Horror.
Anne, now controlled by the demon, begins searching for the door. Anne appears on the other side of the doorway where Natalie is hiding. Dante pleads with her, begging the real Anne to listen and let Natalie go, but she hurls him aside with supernatural force and continues the hunt. She eventually finds Natalie, seizes her, and tries to drown her. Just then, a faint whisper calls Anne's name. It's her mother's voice, telling her to let go and reassuring her that she is with her. In a flashback, we see Anne telling Dr. Peters that her mother never stopped fighting the demon inside her. Not until the very end. Back in the present, Anne looks into Natalie's eyes and sees her as a baby. With that memory, she finally releases her grip and frees her. But the demon inside Anne continues to fight for control. She roars in pain as she's dragged downward, her legs snapping, while Dante prays desperately and works to unlock the gate. Screaming, Anne presses the crucifix against her own forehead. Her body twists unnaturally, and she plunges into the water below. As she sinks deeper, she hears Father Quinn's voice reminding her that her strength lies in spirit, not flesh. Then her mother's whisper returns, "Let go," Anne, and she sees a final vision of herself, and Natalie walking hand in hand. Dante manages to open the lock, and a sudden burst erupts inside the well. The light returns, and Anne rises to the surface. Dante pulls her out, gasping but alive. The scene then cuts to Anne in a hospital bed as Natalie comes to visit her. Anne chooses not to reveal the truth, that she's her mother, so Natalie can live peacefully. Natalie hugs her and thanks her before leaving with her adoptive mother. Next, the Superior commends Anne for saving Natalie's life and defeating the devil. He informs her that she's being awarded an academic research fellowship at the Vatican, an exorcism fellowship. Euphemia adds that it's an unprecedented honor, and Anne is overjoyed. She is then shown leaving for the Vatican. Anne thanks Father Quinn for everything, and he advises her to be careful now that she knows the devil. The devil knows her too. On her way there, her cab stops in traffic. Anne notices an old woman in the distance, staring directly at her. Suddenly, the cab driver becomes possessed. Anne tries to escape, but the woman appears at the window, also possessed, and the driver sits beside her, equally transformed. Anne shows the crucifix to him, but the driver lunges at her, and the movie ends on that moment. Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed the chills, hit that like button, subscribe, and turn on notifications so you never miss a scare. Until next time, stay spooky. the beginning of the movie, we see a frightened woman with her daughter. She sings softly to distract the child as a fight breaks out outside between her husband and another man, who are soldiers. The girl whispers to her mother that she's scared and says, "Dad is no longer with us, Mom." The woman reassures her, saying that her father will return and defeat the bad man. Outside, the fight intensifies. The man tells the girl's father Hiroshima and Nagasaki may have been reduced to ashes, but that doesn't
Hiroshima and
mean the field is lost.
Nagasaki.
Anyone who bows to
Oh!
the allies is a traitor.
Not the
He then
people.
kills
Okay,
the
I
girl's
think he was
father.
talking about the two
Meanwhile,
men.
inside, the woman
fighting.
gives her daughter a talisman, saying it will protect her. Her own mother had once given it to her. She ties it around the girl's neck and tells her, "Ring the bell whenever you miss it, and remember, I will
My
always
cat
love you."
just opened his
Just then,
mouth like
man
a
enters
dum
the
dum.
room where the mother and daughter are hiding. He accuses them, saying, "Your husband ordered his men to bow to the
You're
enemy.
so cute.
All of you are traitors."
You know
The
you're
woman warns him,
adorable.
"You can kill me, but don't touch my daughter." But the man snatches the talisman from the girl's neck, rings it, and says, "This talisman can't save you now." He then kills both the mother and the daughter.
That is horrible.
Comment. Subscribe to Recaps Horror.
The story then shifts to the present day, where we are introduced to Sarah. She goes to her college, where her teacher is explaining that regardless of religion, belief, or ritual, people around the world share a similar perception regarding the existence of supernatural beings. She mentions that the Japanese are not particularly religious, yet they have a strong belief in supernatural creatures. Sarah asks, "So what do you think about their existence?" Her teacher replies that she is discussing the phenomenon from an academic perspective, not trying to prove whether such beings exist. Just then, Aldo interrupts, saying they do exist, and Sarah looks at him strangely. Later, Sarah calls her friend Nita to say she will stop by the cafe after visiting her father. At that moment, Aldo comments, "People nowadays don't want to look old-fashioned for believing in them." Sarah ignores him and leaves. She then arrives at her father's house. He is in a wheelchair. She feeds him and notices her mother's dress still hanging there. Her father says, "It's been too long, Sarah. Stop blaming yourself." That night, we are introduced to Nita, who works at a cafe and is Sarah's best friend. Nita notices a guy who has been staring at Sarah for quite a while. The guy is none other than Aldo. Nita returns to work, leaving Sarah alone. When Sarah looks back, Aldo is still staring at her, but after a moment, when she looks again, he is gone. Outside the cafe, Aldo approaches Sarah. She scolds him, asking if he is following her. Aldo asks Sarah if she has ever heard of Yomi no Kuni, the belief of the Japanese. Sarah understands that he is referring to the door to Yomi no Kuni, the gateway to the land of the dead. He tells her he has found a place where such things will be. Someone told him about it, and he went there. He gives her a photograph, stating that he met his dead sister there, and that they even spoke. He tells Sarah he knows she has lost someone too. He can see it in her eyes. After that, he leaves. Just then, Nita arrives, and they head home together. That night, Sarah searches online for the place Aldo mentioned. After a while, she closes her laptop and goes to sleep. She looks at her mother's photo, and we see a flashback. Young Sarah sitting with her wealthy school friends as they discuss vacations and new phones. Sarah feels left out because her mother isn't rich. She sees her mother cleaning tables in the same place where they are sitting. Her friends plan to go to the mall, and while they are leaving, Sarah, sitting in their car, sees her mother riding a scooter for a delivery. A little ahead, she hears the sound of an accident. And
It's her mom!
the crowd gathered around her mother appears faceless and slowly moves towards Sarah. She jolts awake
Oh,
and
fuck.
finds faceless figures surrounding her. She struggles to escape and falls off the bed, realizing it was just a dream and morning has already arrived. Later, she tells Nita about the place Aldo mentioned. She explains that Aldo is her classmate and that he claimed to have met his sister's spirit there. Nita asks if she is still holding on to all this. reminding her that they have already visited many strange places in hopes that Sarah could meet her
Simba,
mother.
go
But
in the
none of them
bed.
turned out to
Go in
be
the
real.
bed.
She
Come here,
says that
baby.
perhaps Sarah's mother is happy in heaven and wants her to let go and let her rest in peace. When Nita notices Sarah getting upset,
Come here,
she
baby.
agrees to go with her, but says this will be the last time. They then travel to the place Aldo told them about. It is a hotel named Hotel Sakura. When they arrive,
It's a hotel
and
and
enter,
hotel
they find no
named
one
Sakura.
there. They ring the reception bell, but no one comes. Just then, Sarah notices a woman walking at a distance. She goes to check, and when Nita asks what happened, Sarah tells her she saw a woman. Nita says she is probably another guest. They return to the reception, and when no one shows up, they decide to wait. Suddenly, a man appears at the counter. Nita wonders where he came from. He introduces himself as Indarto and welcomes
I'm
them to Hotel
Darto.
Sakura. He asks how long they plan to stay. And Sarah
Retardo.
says 3 nights. Nita asks why they don't have the key to
Sorry,
room
I'm
number
streaming.
8
I should not
and
say
what
that.
the reason is. But he ignores her question and calls a helper named Feker instead. Sarah asks if the hotel doesn't have many guests. He replies that they are the only guests. She mentions
New
the
task
but
available!
before she can finish, the helper arrives. He escorts them to their room, number 5. On the way, Sarah feels a presence behind her, but no one is there. As she walks further, the woman appears again. Once they enter the room, the helper Feker hands them the
I'm a
key
helper,
and leaves.
Feekers.
Nita begins exploring the room and
The
finds a broomstick
Feekers
inside the room.
matters.
Sarah explains that in Javanese mythology, people
In
use
Javanese?
to repel evil spirits, and Nita makes fun of it. Sarah then
In
places her
Javanese.
mother's photo on the bedside table and goes to wash her face. In the mirror, a woman appears sitting in the bathtub, calling Sarah's name. Sarah looks back, and the woman is still there, until Sarah focuses properly and realizes she has vanished. She sees the woman again in the mirror's reflection, but when she turns around, no one is there. When she steps out of the washroom, Nita surprises her with a small cake. It's Sarah's birthday. When Nita tells her to make a wish, Sarah wishes she could see her mother. Nita wishes that Sarah's wish comes true. After Sarah blows out
I
the
wish that
candles,
my wish
Nita
came
asks her to
true.
close her eyes and gives her a bracelet with a small bell. Sarah hugs her, and later that night, she looks at her mother's photo and says she wants to see her, hoping this is the place where they can meet. As she goes to bed, a woman is seen near her, calling her name. Sarah wakes
That's
up,
her mom.
sensing a presence. The next day, while they are having breakfast, Nita notices that Sarah isn't wearing the bracelet. Sarah says she will wear it later. The scene cuts to Feker cleaning their room when he notices the bracelet Nita gifted to Sarah. As he picks it up, both Sarah and Nita enter the room, and Feker quickly leaves, wearing a strange expression. Sarah follows him to the kitchen, where he asks what she wants from him. She tells him someone informed her that this is not an ordinary hotel. He says the hotel used to be peaceful until people like her started coming. She asks him about Aldo and whether he remembers him. Feker replies that not many people visit this place, so he remembers them all. She asks which room Aldo stayed in. He says, Aldo stayed in room 8. Sarah tells him the hotel doesn't have a room number 8. She asks if she can see it because it's very important for her. Meanwhile, Nita is removing her blackheads when she suddenly sees a little girl walking behind her. But when she turns around, no one is there. Again, she experiences the same thing. The third time, the girl appears again, calling out Mom, and a frightened Nita rushes out of the room.
Mommy?
Sarah tells her to quietly follow her. Feker opens room number 8, and Sarah and Nita look around. They ask about the photos on the wall. Feker tells them the pictures show Captain Keita Yatsuichi, his wife Setsuko, and their daughter Ayano, the same family we saw in the beginning. He explains that long ago, this hotel was once a residence for Japanese military officers. Sarah asks if Aldo stayed in this room and whether she can stay here too. Feker says, Aldo didn't actually stay here. He managed to get a duplicate key for the room, and Feker threw him out. When Sarah asks why this room is not available for rent, he says the room has a special history. When Hiroshima and Nagasaki were bombarded by the Allies, Japan's emperor ordered his soldiers to surrender. Some soldiers refused to bow down and even killed their own comrades who surrendered to the Allies, labeling them as traitors. Each one of Captain Keida's men, including his wife and daughter, was brutally massacred. Setsuko and Ayano were butchered right in this room. Just then, Indardo arrives angrily and orders all of them to leave. The scene cuts to Sarah sitting with her mother's photo when the lights suddenly go out. Nita, in the washroom, asks if the power is gone, and Sarah says yes. She then hears footsteps. Using her phone's flashlight, she checks the room as the sound continues. Suddenly, she spots a woman standing in the corner. Terrified, she grabs the broomstick from the wardrobe and tries to shoo the ghost away. The woman appears again, this time behind her. Meanwhile, Nita hears a little girl calling her mom, and the girl appears right in front of her. Panicked, Nita comes out of the washroom, where Sarah is already trembling in fear. Just then, the lights come back on, and Indarto enters, apologizing for the outage. Later, Nita suggests they go back home, but Sarah refuses. She insists Aldo was right. This place is the door to Yomi no Kuni, the gateway to the land of the dead. Nita says that if this is what Sarah truly wants, they can't afford to be afraid. The scene cuts to Fikar serving food to Sarah, and warns her not to wear the bracelet she's wearing. When Sarah asks why, he tells her she must leave as soon as possible. Before he can say more, Indardo arrives and calls him away. After he leaves, Nita joins Sarah. Sarah tells her she wants to sleep in room 8. Nita refuses, but Sarah insists Aldo saw his sister's spirit there, so she might be able to see her mother. Suddenly, a loud thunderclap strikes. The bracelet's bell jingles. The lights begin flickering, and we hear Setsuko's ghost calling out to her daughter Ayano. Sarah and Nita rush upstairs into their room. The flickering stops, and Nita spots the little girl's ghost outside the window. Ignoring it, she shuts the window and quickly lies down on the bed. Sarah is also lying there holding her mother's photo, but shortly after, as Setsuko's voice echoes throughout the hotel and the lights begin to flicker, her ghost emerges from room 8, calling for her daughter as she moves forward, then suddenly appears right in front of the camera. Sarah suddenly finds herself in a strange place where her school friends are calling her name, and she appears frightened. Meanwhile, Nita notices Sarah is no longer on the bed. She grabs a flashlight from her bag, and upon hearing a sound, she sees the little girl's spirit jumping on the bed. She then appears right in front of her. Nita quickly grabs the broomstick, but the ghost appears perched on top of the wardrobe. Startled, Nita falls to the floor. Elsewhere, Sarah sees her mother standing with her back turned. When she turns around, Sarah sees her ghostly form and jolts awake, finding herself inside room 8. Nita picks up her flashlight and the girl's ghost appears before her. Nita runs, but no matter where she goes, the ghost keeps appearing in front of her. Meanwhile, Sarah tries to open the door to escape room 8, but it's locked from the outside. She then senses a presence behind her and sees Setsuko's ghost advancing while calling her daughter's name. Sarah screams for Nita, and Nita hears her. She immediately rushes to help. At the same time, we see Fikar praying somewhere else in the hotel. Setsuko moves closer to Sarah.
I was able to rank up this entire time. Are you kidding me?
Nita manages to open the door in time and pull Sarah to safety. Nita asks if she is okay and decides to take her back home.
Comics?
They manage to get out of the hotel.
A very valuable
When
item
they
that
reach
you
home,
can
they climb
sell
the
or
stairs, and
keep
Sarah seems
for your
frozen.
own
Nita hugs her lie down with her and
collection.
tells her they have to forget whatever happened. She says this should be the end of it. No more searching. Then she heads back to her own home.
Gonna have to
The
wait.
next morning, Sarah wakes to the sound of her alarm. She gets out of bed, and when she opens the door, she realizes it is still night. Confused, she shuts the door and exits
Oh
through
my
another
gosh,
one
Mr.
to check what's
You're
happening. She knocks on
new
other people's
customers.
doors, but no one answers. She enters another room where she hears doors slamming again and again, growing more violent, until she suddenly jolts awake and switches off her alarm. Realizing it was a dream, she checks again to see if it is truly morning. But then she walks into a classroom where one of her school friends is scraping chalk across a bench. Terrified, she runs into the darkness and suddenly finds herself in another strange place, where two of her school friends in haunting voices tell her to join them at the mall. Sarah runs from them, but they grab her legs and the alarm rings again. The scene cuts to Sarah sitting with Nita. She tells her she can no longer tell what's real and what's a dream. Everything is horrifying.
Makes sense.
Nita says she should see a doctor. Sarah refuses, saying she doesn't need one. Nita offers to drop her home after her shift.
Good
Later
boy.
that night, while Sarah is sleeping, she becomes restless. She covers herself completely with the blanket, then hears Setsuko's voice calling for her daughter. Sarah lifts the blanket and hears Setsuko crying, so she hides under it again. When she uncovers herself this time, she's back in the hotel room. Terrified, she hides under the blanket again, only to find Setsuko right on top of her. Panicking, she tries to run out, but the door is locked. She escapes through another door and ends up on the terrace, where she sees a woman jump off the roof. Sarah rushes back inside and spots Setsuko's ghost in front of room 8. Terrified, she runs downstairs and sees another ghostly woman stirring a spoon in a cup. Horrified, Sarah hides behind the reception desk while the woman walks toward her, still stirring the spoon. When the sound finally stops, Sarah stands to check, but the stirring noise starts right behind her. She turns in fear to see a faceless woman haunting her. Sarah then finds herself in room 8 again, where she sees Setsuko's ghost behind her once more. She jolts awake, terrified, and switches off her alarm. Overwhelmed, she breaks down and cries at her situation. We then see Sarah's father calling Nita to check on Sarah. He says he tried calling her, but she isn't answering. Nita says she will go meet her. Nita then goes to Sarah's home, and the building guard notices her. She enters Sarah's room and asks where she has been. Sarah says she was here the whole time. Nita explains
You can
that
create a
Sarah had
fake
been missing
graded
for 3
comic
days. She had come
on
to her
and
place
then
the first day,
done
but found
Comic
the room
Factory.
empty. She returned the next day, but Sarah still wasn't there. On the 3rd day, she couldn't reach her at all, so she went to the campus
Wait,
looking
what?
for her and eventually contacted Sarah's father. For 3 days, she had no idea what had happened to her. Sarah insists she never left and had been waiting for Nita the entire time. She feels like she is losing her mind, trapped in the same nightmares night after night, always returning to that hotel in her dreams, which is slowly driving her insane. The scene cuts to Sarah inside the
Dang.
hotel again, where she sees a woman reading a book, a little girl playing on the stairs, and a woman stirring something in a cup. Then she spots her mother entering another room. Sarah follows her into an empty hall, calling out to her, but Nita wakes her up. Sarah gets up in fear and says she has to go back to that hotel. When Nita asks why, Sarah says there's something she needs to do and begs her to come with her.
You're still watching? Good. Like, comment, and subscribe to Recaps Horror.
We then see them driving to the hotel, when suddenly their car breaks down near a graveyard. Nita checks it while Sarah stands inside the graveyard. Nita tells her that the engine is overheated. They'll have to wait 15 minutes. Sarah says, "Why do people say graveyards are the scariest places, when they're actually the most peaceful and tranquil?" Nita avoids the topic, saying it's better not to talk about graveyards after everything they've been dealing with. She hopes that once all of this
Follow
is
the
over,
design.
Sarah will finally be able to find some peace. They reach the hotel by night. They enter and ring the reception bell, but no one is there. Sarah asks Nita to wait for Indarto at the front desk while she goes inside. Sarah goes in and hears her mother calling her name. Following the voice, she goes upstairs and sees her mother standing in front of room 8 with her back turned. Meanwhile, when Indarto doesn't arrive, Nita starts searching for Sarah. Sarah, on the other hand, is overjoyed to finally see her mother. While looking for her, Nita reaches a room where she finds Fikar. She tells him that she and Sarah were waiting in the lobby, but no one showed up. Fikar says, "You and your friend aren't supposed to be here." At that moment, Nita notices newspaper clippings stuck to the wall, reports of all the deaths that occurred in the hotel, including the little girl she had been seeing again and again. Nita asks, "What exactly happened here?" Fikar tells her he warned Sarah to stop wearing that bracelet and the other jewelry, but she didn't listen. It's true there are spirits in this hotel, but they're not evil except for Setsuko. Nita confirms. The ghost in room 8? Fikar nods and says many women died in this hotel, and each one of them was wearing a similar ringing jewelry. That ringing is what calls Setsuko. Meanwhile, Sarah says, "Mom, And when her mother turns, Sarah smiles, relieved to see her. But suddenly, her mother transforms into Setsuko. Nita begs Fikar to take her to room 8. Just then, Indarto arrives and demands to know why she is there. The three of them enter room 8 together, and, in a shocking twist, discover Sarah's dead body placed in a disturbing position. The police later determined that she died a week earlier, leaving Nita devastated. During questioning, Indarto explains that when Sarah and Nita checked into the hotel, everything appeared normal. On the third night, he saw Nita leave the hotel alone. When the police ask what happened to Sarah, he claims he has no idea. When he checked their room, it was already empty. Nita, however, insists that she left the hotel with Sarah that night, and that Sarah was very much alive. But the police confront her with forensic results, proving that Sarah had been dead for nearly a week, making Nita's version impossible. The guard from Sarah's building also testifies that 3 days after Sarah left for the trip with Nita returned alone. He even recalls peeking into Sarah's room one night and seeing Nita sleeping there by herself. Sarah's father adds that he only learned about his daughter's disappearance because Nita informed him. Fikar also mentions that Nita suddenly showed up at the hotel, claiming she was with Sarah, who had mysteriously gone missing, after which she asked him to take her to room 8. The police ask Fikar, "Do you know why she told you to do that?" Fikar replies, "I don't know." Then the police tell Nita that no one supports her testimony, and that no one saw her with Sarah after she left the hotel. Nita insists that everyone is lying. The police say, or maybe it's the opposite. Maybe you made up an alibi about Sarah's disappearance and pretended to be looking for her, Nita asks. What for? He replied, to avoid being accused of murdering Sarah. Nita starts laughing when she hears this. She says everyone has gone insane. She asks if anyone told him about Setsuko. She insists that Setsuko is the one who killed Sarah. The frustrated officer gets up and leaves. It's clear now that Nita is not in her senses. She is mentally disturbed by her friend's death. The scene then cuts to a mental hospital where we see Nita as a patient. Suddenly, she sees Sarah sitting in front of her. Sarah tells her, "Don't be sad," Nita asks. "You're alive?" Sarah nods. Nita says, "Everyone keeps saying I'm crazy. They don't believe that you're still alive. They think I killed you. There's no way I could have killed you. They're the ones who did horrible things to me." Crying, she says, "They are evil," Sarah replies, "but we are not." Just then, the little girl's spirit appears beside Sarah and says, "Mama." Nita suddenly realizes that Sarah is actually dead. At that moment, a nurse drops her keys. When Nita picks them up, she finds herself back in room 8. She begins to hear haunting voices around her. Then Setsuko appears behind her, saying her daughter's name, and the scene cuts to black. In the final scene, we see Aldo visiting Sarah's grave. He says finally, "You can be with your mom. I hope you rest in peace." As the camera pans down, we see Sarah's dead body inside the grave. With that, the movie ends. Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed the chills, hit that like button, subscribe, and turn on notifications so you never miss a scare. Until next time, stay spooky. At the beginning of the film, Mai asks Put if he caused any trouble at school, because his teacher called and wants her to meet him tomorrow, but Put insists he didn't do anything wrong. She then turns to Pim and asks if she can feed Latte for her, but Pim says she has cheerleading practice this afternoon, so Mai asks Put to do it instead, telling him to give Latte 4 spoonfuls of food and refill the water bowl. She then tells them that she has been promoted to head of international sales, so this definitely calls for a celebration. She tells them to choose any place they want.
Boy.
Later, at her office, her boss congratulates her, and she thanks him for trusting her with this position. He then hands her a contract and asks if she could review it for him, and tells her he also wants her to join a video conference with their Chinese partners at 7 p.m. Meanwhile, at school, the coach tells the girls that the competition is coming up in a few weeks, so they will need to vote for a new team captain. She explains that, for now, Pim is handling that responsibility. But since this is their routine, they choose a new captain every year. When Pim returns home, she sees that Put's friend Fame is there, so she heads straight upstairs. Fame follows her, staring at her with lustful eyes. and when Putt asks what he is doing, Fame tells him to just keep playing. Fame goes upstairs and peeks into Pim's room, seeing her changing clothes. But when she notices him, she immediately turns around and rushes to close the door. Fame says he's just looking, but Pim yells for Putt to help, and hearing her scream, he starts climbing the stairs. However, he slips and falls. Fame then says he knows a secret concerning her and asks, "Aren't you curious?" Pim asks, "What secret?" But then suddenly, she slams the door shut, hitting Fame's foot hard, and he recoils in pain. He then limps down angrily to show Putt what his sister has done. He asks Putt if he forgot what he promised, and if he wants the whole school to see the clip. Putt turns his head away, but Fame forcefully tries to show him the video on his phone, saying everyone will go wild when they see it. Later, when Mai calls, Pim says they've been ready for hours, but Mai apologizes, explaining that something urgent came up, and they'll celebrate another time. Pim says that's okay, but asks if she can tell Fame to stop coming over to see Putt. Mai asks what happened, noting that Putt doesn't have many friends, and that Fame doesn't bully him like the other boys. Pim explains that today, Fame spied on her while she was changing, to which Mai gets shocked and says she will talk to Putt about it. After a 5-hour meeting, Mai drives home and checks her phone, seeing several missed calls from Pim, when suddenly, a car speeds toward her and crashes into hers. Later,
Ooh, shiny!
introduces himself as Fong, their grandfather, Mai's father. Pim and Putt are confused to see him, and Pim tells him that their mother isn't home, to which he asks, "Didn't anyone tell you?" He takes them to the hospital, where they are shocked to see their mother. Pim asks Fong what the doctor said, and he replies
What
that
the
she is out
doctor
of
do?
critical condition, but must remain in the ICU because she is in a coma. An old woman then enters the room, and as soon as she sees Pim, she hugs her. Then she looks at Putt and asks, "Is this Crit?" But Fong tells her that he is her grandson, Putt, and asks if she has taken her pills today. Juan calls Putt over and says it's been ages, and Fong suggests that they stay with them for the time being, so their mother doesn't have to worry. Juan adds that they can stay in Mai's old home, and then turns to Pim, telling her that she lived in their house when she was little, asking, "Don't you remember?" But Pim replies that she doesn't, and that their mother never told her about it. Next, at their grandparents' house, Fong tells Pim and Putt that Grandma has made breakfast for them. They're surprised to see it looks exactly like the meals their mother used to make. Pim asks if Grandma won't be joining them, and he says she usually doesn't have breakfast. He then explains that their grandmother is suffering from dementia, so if she says or does something that frustrates them, they shouldn't take it to heart. He adds that the
Dementor
can help him look after her and make sure she takes her medication on time. Pim asks if they really have to stay there, and Fong
His
says
name
it's
is
for their
Pim?
own good until their mother can leave the hospital. Pim then asks if she can go home later to get some things, and Putt adds that he doesn't want to leave Latte alone either.
Latte!
Fong says, "Of course." Later, they visit Maui at the hospital, where the doctor tells them that the chances of her brain waking up are only 50%, and he cannot predict how long she will remain in this
Yes,
state.
exactly.
They then return to the house, and while putting Latte down, Putt notices some dirt on the floor, and when he looks up, he discovers a hole in the wall. Meanwhile, Fong tells Pim that he has to go out and will be back in the evening. Curious, Putt peeks through the hole.
Oh
and
my
sees
gosh,
a
why is it so
smaller
hard to
house on the
stay
other side,
straight?
with its door slowly creaking open. And as the door opens, he gets scared. seeing
So
Pim
many
standing
pretty
there.
bitches
But just
everywhere.
then, Pim comes in. He
Just
shows her
one
the hole,
Pim.
and she asks if he did it. But Putt replies that it was already there when he came in. Pim suggests that perhaps the house next door is undergoing repairs, and tells him to show it to Grandpa when he gets home. That evening, Pim asks if anyone has seen Latte, and Juan says she let the cat outside after it made a mess. Shocked, Putt
Wait.
worries it might be lost.
Is
and
Latte
Grandma
the
says
cat?
it's fine to leave it out. Putt argues Latte is a house cat, but Pim quickly changes the
Okay, well, thank you.
She might want to call a repairman because there's a hole in the wall. She takes him there, saying the house next door is probably doing some drilling. But Grandpa says he doesn't see any hole. Pim points directly at it, but he asks if they're trying to pull his leg. He then calls Juan over and asks if she can see the hole. Juan looks closely at the wall and says she doesn't see anything. Putt points at it, insisting it's right there, but she says she can't see it and that it must be a very tiny hole. Grandpa, growing irritated,
That's what she said?
walks away, and as he leaves, Grandma tells them it's already 8 p.m. and they should go to bed. But oddly, there's no clock on the wall. Pim asks, How come they didn't see the hole? Or did they lie to them? Put asks why they would lie, and Pim says maybe they're seeing things that aren't really there. Put disagrees, saying it's this house, and now he understands
It's
why
blue!
they never brought them here. He
Woo!
then turns over and asks if she really thinks they're their grandparents. Pim says, of course they are, because they know our names. They know Mom. And there are family photos all over the place. But Put says it's really bothering him. How come their mom never mentioned them
Put.
before? The next morning, Put notices that the hole in the wall is gone. As he sits down, he asks Pim if Latte is back, and she says no. He then asks if she checked the wall, but Grandma asks what they're whispering about. She cooks him breakfast and, noticing his messy hair, says he can't go to school looking like that. She fixes his hair and tells him to button up his shirt. She then gives him a glass of milk and tells him to
Ugh, that was
and when
spicy.
he says he doesn't like milk, she replies that it's good for his health, especially for his bones. After that, she sits down in the chair across from them and asks them not to upset their grandpa again. At school, Fame asks Put when he can visit again to see his sister, and Put says he can't because they're staying with their grandparents now, but Fame insists he'll come over that afternoon. Put says that's not a
My
good
gosh,
idea.
my throat.
Fame pulls out his phone and threatens to spread the clip. Just then, Pim spots them and tells Fame to leave her brother alone. He denies any wrongdoing, claiming he just wanted to visit, and Put says he's fine. But Pim warns Fame he's not welcome, and that their mom doesn't want Put hanging out with him. Later,
To sell a
we see
graded
Fame at
comic, you
Grandpa's
need to
house,
place
asking
it
Put when his sister will
inside
be
a
back.
collector
And when Put
display.
tells him to leave her alone, Fame threatens him again, asking if he wants him to show him the clip. Suddenly, Put hears a strange sound, like someone scratching the wall, and he asks Fame if he heard it. But Fame says, "What noise?" But Put just looks confused and walks
Put,
toward
Put.
the wall, where the hole has reappeared. When Fame follows, Put asks if he can see the hole, but Fame says
Gorgeous
there's nothing
marble
there.
rock.
Confused, Put moves closer and peeks through the hole, only to see a girl on the other side. Blood begins to pour from her nose and mouth, and as she looks
Not a
up,
girl.
Put recoils in terror. Fame asks, "What now?" And Put says, "You wouldn't believe me, so see for yourself." Confused, Fame steps forward but can't see any hole in the wall. Still, at Put's insistence, he moves closer and tries to peek at the spot, but suddenly his head slams against the wall, causing his nose to bleed. Put insists he didn't do anything, but Fame grabs him, ready to hit him, but Pim arrives and
I did
tells him to leave him
not! I did
alone.
not hit
Fame
him!
says, "Look what your brother did." But Put quickly explains that Fame peeked through the hole. Fame yells that there's no hole there and accuses Put of slamming his head. He then picks up his bag and warns Pim that her life is over. After he leaves, Pim asks Put what Fame was talking about, and he reveals that Fame secretly recorded a video of her taking a shower in the gym. Shocked, she asks if he's sure it's really her,
Yeah.
and he says yes, explaining that Fame has been blackmailing him, forcing him to help get a date with her, or else he'd share the clip with the whole school. Pim panics and asks why he hurt Fame, saying now he's definitely going to spread the video. But Put insists he didn't touch Fame. Later, while they're cleaning up the blood, Grandma suddenly enters and asks if someone is hurt. Pim quickly reassures her that they're fine, but when Grandma sees the blood, she panics and calls her May, telling her to clean it up, saying she can't stand it anymore. Shocked, Pim tells her she is Pim, but Grandma insists she clean the blood quickly. She then turns to Put, calling him Crit and blaming him, saying it's all his fault. Pim corrects her, saying he's Put, but Grandma yells for her to get him out. They both try to calm her down, and after a tense moment, she finally comes back to her senses. Realizing what happened, she recognizes them again and hugs Pim, apologizing for her behavior. But then, Grandma glances at the wall and says it's time for her medication. She asks Pim to get her some water, but they're both shocked to realize there's no clock on the wall. Later that night,
Are you sure you want to end?
screaming.
No.
And when he asks what happened, she suddenly turns to him and shouts, "What have you done?" saying she will never forgive him. He tells her to go back to bed and says he'll get her pills, but she keeps screaming and crying uncontrollably. The next morning, Fong is at the police station, and it's revealed that he used to be the head of the crime suppression division. The captain asks how his daughter is doing, and Fong says she's still in a coma. The captain then asks how he can help, and Fong replies that he wants to see the case file. He adds, "Don't think of it as an order from your ex-boss. Think of it as a favor for an old friend." The captain hands Fong the file, and Fong notes that both Chayud and his girlfriend were over the legal alcohol limit. The captain says they claimed a friend was driving, but Fong insists the real culprit must be found and punished. He doesn't care how powerful Chayud's father is. He will make him pay. Meanwhile, Pim and Put find Fame's phone, and Put says he must have dropped it. Excited, Pim says she'll check if her clip is still on it, but just then, they hear scratching sounds coming from behind the wall where the hole is. They both cautiously approach the wall, and just as Put is about to peek through the hole, Pim stops him, but he insists that he has already looked through it once. She asks what he saw, and he explains that there was a creepy girl, but he didn't see her parents anywhere. Pim then asks if he knows when Grandpa will be back, and he says he's not sure, only that both of them are at the hospital. Pim tells him to keep watch while she looks through the hole and to warn her if they return. She then peeks through the hole and sees a girl crawling out of a door. The girl's legs seem paralyzed, so she drags herself forward using her hands, leaving a trail of blood behind. Suddenly, she vomits blood, and Pim recoils in terror at the sight. Shaken, she tells Put that they need to help her, and confused, he asks, "Help who?" He looks through the hole and sees the girl with a hole in her head, causing him to jump back in fear. Pim insists they have to help the girl, but Put refuses, saying the girl is a ghost, and if they go into that house, they'll die. Pim looks through the hole again, and this time sees the girl holding a baby, but suddenly the girl vomits blood all over it. Pim jumps back in horror and warns Put to stay away from the hole, saying there's something seriously wrong with the house next door. She tells him that what they're seeing isn't real because it's night over there, even though it's daytime for them, so the hole itself isn't real, and that girl is a ghost. Finally, she makes Put promise never to look through the hole again, and he silently nods. Later, Latte returns to them, and while Put is busy feeding it, Pim checks Fame's phone, only to find her turns to them, and the hole again, and he silently nods. Later, Latte returns to them, and while Put is busy feeding it, Pim checks Fame's phone, only to find her video on it. That night, while everyone is asleep, Put is startled awake by strange noises. His heart races as the sounds grow closer, and in fear, he hides under his blanket. Then he hears someone softly humming, and when he lifts the blanket, he sees the same girl sitting on Pim's bed, slowly reaching her hand toward Pim. She then suddenly turns her head, causing him to fall off the bed, and in that instant, the girl appears right in front of him. But just then, Pim asks, "What's wrong?" Still shaken, Put looks around and says, "It was here in this room." She tries to calm him, saying it was probably just a nightmare. But outside their room, we see the girl still standing in the dark. The next morning, Pim wakes Put up for school, but he says he's not feeling well. She calls it a lame excuse and pulls off his blanket, only to see that his nose is bleeding. Alarmed, she asks if he's hurt, but he says he feels feverish. She quickly rushes out, calling for their grandmother to come upstairs, and the scene cuts there. Meanwhile, Grandpa learns that Chayut is walking free because his friend took the blame. He says he's been a policeman all his life, serving the public. Yet now the law has allowed a guilty man to go free. He vows to go after Chayut and make him pay. Back at the house, Put asks
Okay, let's get
Grandma if
another.
Mao was living here. What was she like? And she replies that Mao was a perfect girl
I want
and
her.
a cheerleader. Just like Pim, they had high expectations of her mother. But then she quickly adds, "Let's not bring that up," and asks, "What are you drawing?" He shows her his sketch, and she compliments his talent, until she flips the page. Panicked, she asks why he would draw something so horrible, and he insists that he didn't draw it. Suddenly, her expression changes, and she asks what she had brought into the room. Her eyes then fall on a jug of milk, and she questions why he hadn't drunk it. Confused, Put picks up the jug with trembling hands and takes a
That.
sip, after which Grandma leaves the room. Put checks his sketchbook again, and as he flips the page, he's shocked to see that the drawing is gone. He flips the page again, causing the jug to slip and shatter on the floor, and Lade immediately begins lapping up the spilled milk. Meanwhile, at school, Pim is shocked to discover that Pa's name has been nominated for captain. The coach explains that, although there are 3 candidates, only one meets all the requirements, and that person is Pim. After the meeting,
Pim.
Pa congratulates Pim, but Pim tells her to stop playing innocent. Pa asks what she means, and it's revealed that Pim found Pa's chat on Fame's phone, showing that Pa had sent Fame that clip and wanted him to release it. Pim says, "I know you filmed that clip and sent it to Fame, who is now using it to blackmail her." Pa tells Pim to look around, saying everyone dislikes her because she acts
What
arrogant,
the
thinks she is better than
heck
everyone
is
else,
those
and
names?
looks down on people. And she bets the whole school has already seen the clip. Just then, the coach arrives and says, so it's really her. She explains that Pim already told
You know
her
you
about
want
the
it.
clip,
Come
and
on,
plots
Wednesday.
plan to release it today to humiliate her and force her to give up
No.
her position. The coach adds that she made Pim captain again to expose Pa. Pa protests, saying she doesn't know what the coach is talking about and asks if there is any proof, to which the coach shows Fame's phone as evidence. When Pim returns home, she finds that Putt isn't getting any better. He says he doesn't want to stay here any longer and wants to go home, claiming that this house makes him sick. She asks if he looked through the hole again, and he admits that the hole keeps calling out to him, and he couldn't resist, so he did look. She tells him he's sick because of the stupid hole and the ghost girl, but only then does he start coughing, and she quickly hands him a tissue, and to their horror, they see that he has coughed up blood. She calls Grandpa, telling him that Putt is coughing up blood. Grandpa asks if she told Grandma, and she replies that she assumes she is asleep. Grandpa says he will be right home and disconnects the call. Later, Putt and Pim hear the noise again, and Putt declares that he's done with it. Pim decides to look through the hole herself and sees a man sleeping on the couch. Then a door creaks open, and a demonic hand emerges. Pim watches in horror as a girl crawls out of the room, vomiting blood onto the floor. She tries to move forward, dragging herself along, but lacks the strength and vomits blood again. Pim jumps back in fear and tells Putt that the girl died right there in that house, and the man didn't even try to help her. Putt immediately peers through the hole, and he asks
They reported that I do fake.
to which Pim suggests the girl is trying to show them how
It
she
needs to
died.
be better.
Putt points out that the room visible through the hole is this room, but at two different points in time. He introduces the concept of a wormhole, describing it as a portal connecting different dimensions, and says that what they witnessed through the hole had already happened in the past. Just then, Grandpa enters and asks what they are doing there this late. Pim asks if he knows anything about the girl who died next door, and Grandpa insists there is no dead girl, claiming the house has been abandoned for a long time. Pim insists that a girl once lived there and died, and Putt adds that they saw everything through the hole, but Grandpa dismisses them. He asks, if there really is a hole, how come I can't see it? Then, with their help, he slides a cupboard and places it in that spot, and says they won't see a damn hole again. He then goes to his room, puts on his uniform, and takes his gun out of the wardrobe. Later, the cupboard begins to shake before crashing to the ground. Pim and Putt rush downstairs, and before they can make sense of anything, Grandma asks, what's going on? Meanwhile, Chayut is speeding home when Fong suddenly pulls his car in front of him, forcing him to slam on the brakes. Fong gets out and approaches, and when Chayut asks, how much do you want? Fong tells him to shut up. Chayut warns that his father will kick his ass and reach for his gun, but Fong smashes his head against the steering wheel, and at that very moment, Mai suddenly wakes from her coma. Fong pulls Chayut out of the car and begins kicking him, shouting that he is now charged with attempted murder of a police officer. Chayut scoffs, claiming the law can't touch him and threatening that, once he gets out, he will kill him. Enraged, Fong kicks him again, and as Chayut struggles to catch his breath, Fong grabs the alcohol bottle from his car and taunts. You love drinking, right? He pours the entire bottle over him, and, saying burn in hell, sets him on fire. Chayut screams in agony as Fong watches him die. The doctor tells Maui that her father isn't answering his phone. Shocked, she sits up, but he reassures her that it's normal to feel disoriented after a coma. When she asks about her children, he says they are staying with their grandfather. Panicking, Mai tries to leave, and they stop her, saying she's not fully recovered, but she insists she must get her children out of that house. Meanwhile, Pim and Putt are cleaning up the mess when they suddenly hear the noise coming from behind the wall. Both freeze, staring at the hole in fear. And this time, Grandma hears it too. Putt asks, she can see the hole, right? And trembling, she admits that for 15 years, that noise has been tormenting her. Pim asks, why have you never said a word about it? And Grandma explains that they know how irascible their grandfather is. Since he has never heard the noise or seen the hole like they have, he would think she had lost her mind. For years, he made her take pills to make her forget everything she had seen and heard. Pim asks if she ever looked through the hole, and she shakes her head fearfully. Pim asks, that girl died in our house? But before she can answer,
Oh, I
Pim looks through the
see.
hole and sees a young May asking,
It's because of the
"Where's
thank
Pim?"
you.
Juan and Feng rush
This
in,
is fake.
asking what happened.
You don't do it
Ma
right.
replies that her daughter is missing. Pim jumps back in shock, and when Put asks what she saw, she says she saw their mom, young and pregnant. Put confirms it really is a wormhole, and when Grandma arrives, Pim tells her she saw her and Grandpa too. Grandma dismisses it and tells them to return to their room, but Pim asks, "Who is Piña? And why
Who
did
is
Mom
Piñata?
call her daughter?" Before Grandma can respond, Put moves forward, peeks through the hole, and sees that Piña is dead. Fong tells Juan to take Maui and her child upstairs while he handles everything else. Put watches in shock as Fong lays Piña's lifeless body on the floor, furious. Fong then turns toward Crit, but Grandma pulls Put back. He asks what happened to his father, but Grandma says he doesn't need to know, and at that moment, a gunshot rings out. Meanwhile, Fong arrives at the hospital, only to find that Mao isn't there. Just then, the doctor rushes over and tells him that Maui has run away. 15 years ago, Piña approached Crit and asked him to play with her. He asked what game she wanted to play, and she said hide and seek. He told her to go hide, promising that he would be the seeker. Piña hid in a closet under the stairs, but Crit got drunk and fell asleep. Pim asks, "How did she die?" And Grandma explains that she drank rat poison. Pim asks, "Why?" And Grandma says Piña wasn't normal, so she must have thought it was some kind of syrup. Pim then asks about Crit, and in a flashback, Fong tells Juan that Crit snatched his gun and shot himself, explaining that Crit must have felt guilty over Peña's death. Put vomits blood, and a panicked Pim insists that he needs to see a doctor. But Grandma insists, let him lie down, and he'll be fine. Meanwhile, Maui arrives at Fong's house, only to be horrified to find Latte's lifeless body lying outside. Grandma brings milk for Put, and, calling him Piña, she forces him to drink it. Pim tries to stop her, but just then, Mai enters and tells Juan to leave her children alone. Pim rushes to her mother and hugs her, and Juan asks when she was discharged, but Mai tells her to back off, insisting she is taking her children home. Outside, however, they encounter Fong, who forces them back inside. He asks Mao why she ran away from the hospital, but she tells him to back off. Fong orders the kids upstairs, but Mai tells them to stay, insisting they deserve to know the truth. Fong claims he never hid anything from her, but she points out that he is still holding the same gun. Fong sets it down, and Ma asks what happened while she was in the hospital. Fong dismisses it, saying it's all in her head, and Juan urges him not to let May run away again. Maui asks if Crit really forced the gun from him that day, and Put tells her that he and Pim already know about their father. Fong insists, "Don't listen to that."
69!
She adds that they also know about Piña. Shocked, Mai asks how, but Fong cuts her off, calling her children inveterate liars. Suddenly, Put starts coughing, and Pim exclaims that he has been coughing up blood for days. She says she already told Grandma, but she kept urging him to drink milk. That's when she realizes that his health has been deteriorating ever since he started drinking the milk, and that he is vomiting blood, just like Piña did. Pim asks Grandma, "What have you been giving Put?" And Grandma replies, "Milk." Pim insists on trying it herself, but Grandma says she cannot drink it. Pim picks up the jug and asks why, but Grandma warns her not to. Just as she is about to drink, the glass flies from her hands and shatters against the wall. At that moment, Grandma sees Piña standing behind Pim, and a flashback shows that Grandma didn't like Piña and used to give her milk as well. Mai realizes that her mother poisoned Piña and has been poisoning Put as well. Fong says everything that happened was because of Crit, but Maui insists that
Oh my
everything
gosh,
was
it's
Crit's fault.
not going
Juan tells Maui
straight
that
or
she
it's
was a
going too
perfect girl,
straight?
but she chose to marry Crit, and that her first child was ugly and crippled, like Put. She claims that her family is cursed, but Maui retorts that the family isn't cursed. She is cursed with a mother like her, who took everything she ever loved from her. Juan insists that she did her family a favor by cleansing its bad karma, allowing her to have a better life. But Maui
46.
responds that she won't blame anyone for what has already happened. After all, they are her parents. But she warns them that from now on, they must leave her family alone, or she will expose everything they've done. The next morning, they return to their house, and Mai apologizes to the children for not telling them about Piña and their father. Pim asks, "What if what we know isn't the whole truth?" And when Maui asks what she means, Pim explains they saw it all through the hole in the wall at Grandpa's. Surprised? May asks. They can see that hole? To which they nod, and she tells them that the hole made her want to leave that house. She explains that after their father killed himself, Grandpa tried to cover the hole, but it never disappeared. Pim asks if she ever looked into it, and she says never.
Nah.
That night, Fong gets a call from the captain, who informs him that Chayut was murdered last night. The captain asks Fong where he was during that time, and Fong replies that he was at the hospital with his daughter. The captain then tells him he needs to come down to answer a few questions, revealing that a new witness has come forward, and that they have dashboard camera footage proving that Chayut was telling the truth. It is then revealed that on the night of the accident, Kayut was in the back seat with his girlfriend, while his friend was driving the car. Meanwhile, Juan encounters Pina's ghost, who calls her dearest grandma and tells her that she has already drunk the milk. Pina asks, "Am I a good girl?" And Juan
I don't know.
steps back and
Are
cries
you?
as Pina moves closer, asking her to hold her. Pina suddenly hugs her, but when Grandma pushes her away, Pina becomes enraged and vomits blood directly onto her face. Hearing her screams, Fong rushes downstairs, only to find Juan writhing on the floor. He hurries to check on her, and as he turns her, a bottle of rat poison rolls away from her hand. Suddenly, her body twists in an unnatural way, and she stands up, screaming, her body still convulsing. Fong is horrified to see Chayut's ghost standing there, asking, "Why did you kill me?" Fong fires at him, but in reality, he has shot his own wife. Realizing the enormity of his mistake, he puts the gun in his mouth and pulls the trigger, ending his life. It is then revealed that Maui had looked through the hole and saw what really happened. After Pina hid in the closet, Juan locked it, unaware that Pina was inside. Once Juan left, Pina kept banging on the door, pleading with her father to let her out, but he remained asleep, intoxicated, and unaware of her cries. Later, when they found Pina's body, Fong was enraged. He poured an entire bottle of alcohol over Crit, shouting that a scumbag like him didn't deserve his daughter. He pulled out his gun and aimed at Crit's head, but it was actually May who pulled the trigger. To protect his daughter, Fong quickly took the gun from her and placed it in Crit's hand, staging the scene to look like a suicide. Back in the present, Pim is humming the lullaby when she suddenly hears another voice joining in. She looks around but sees no one. And that's when she recalls a moment when Pina was humming the lullaby for her, telling her how pretty she is and how much she loves her. Pim closes her eyes and continues humming, and we see Pina beside her on the bed, holding her hand and humming along.
This is how to end a friendship in 10 seconds or less. Am I overreacting? I think my friend is overstepping boundaries and is into me. I've been friends with this guy for over a year, but recently we've been talking more. I've never once led him on, and I didn't think much of our friendship. And honestly, I don't even view him as a best friend. I just got really confused and offended at how he was not okay with me hanging out with a guy he doesn't know whatsoever. I feel like he's getting way too worked up over a hangout that isn't even that big of a deal. Interesting. The guy in my society is actually really sweet and friendly and has hinted that he's into me. I think he's amazing and want to see how things would pan out since I'm also interested, but it's only mild attraction, not a full-blown crush from both sides. I like how you're like justifying wanting to hang out with a guy. Like, you don't need to justify that to us. The reason I said it wasn't a date is because I'm actually going to help him get a present. Life has been really crappy lately, and I've been dealing with mental health issues and relationship problems, and I'm in the process of seeing a therapist. This guy knows that I've been struggling and wanted to help cheer me up. 2, I don't think it's any of my friends' business whether or not I like this guy or how much I like him. Like I mentioned before, I don't see him as a best friend, and I don't think we're that close for me to share every detail of my personal life to him. Alright, my guess is he has a crush on you and doesn't want you going out with anybody else, but we've got some text messages.
It's even worse.
I'll repeat. My friend doesn't know anything about the guy I'm hanging out with. What I'm getting from his explanation is that he's worried for me and is trying to look out for me. I guess someone could see it that way, but for some reason his words just don't sit right. It feels like he's acting like my boyfriend and may even like me, and now I'm rethinking our past previous interactions and whether or not he showed any interest, and if I mistakenly led him on. I literally don't remember a single instance like that. And now I think him asking me out in the beginning was supposed to be like a date. Honestly, been dealing with so much more serious stuff, and this seems tame in comparison. Maybe because I'm already so stressed and burnt out that I'm seeing his words for more than what it is. I don't know. I'm really unsure of myself. Please let me know if I'm reading too much into it. Okay. I'm assuming the black text messages are him, the friend, overstepping the boundaries, and blue are OP. By the way, there's this new cafe that opened up in the mall. It's near... You go there, right? Oh, nice. It's actually on my to-do list, but I haven't gone yet. Do you want to go today? Exams are over, and it could be fun. Sorry, but I already made plans. With who?
That's none of your damn business, and I'll thank you to stay out of my personal affairs.
I don't know if you remember him. He's in my society. I don't remember him. Who else is coming along? It's just us? Going out? Nothing major? Why? That's kind of weird. It's not weird. You're weird. Laugh my off. How? Is it a date? Not a date. Side note, but even if it was a date, why is that weird? I'm just helping him buy some things. Buy what? He could have asked other people, I'm sure. No, this is reading like jealous. This is reading jealous for sure. Birthday gifts for his sister. Are you okay? He doesn't even know what his own.
Are you okay? Are you unwell?
I'm close with her and he wanted my opinion. Plus, it'll be a fun hangout. I don't see the problem. If you're so close with the sister, go out with her, not him. He sounds like he likes you. And sounds like you're making assumptions about a guy you've never met. Okay, OP, I'm just saying.
You're like making assumptions. Like, I'm not doing anything. I'm not doing anything.
You're also
I need the tea!
you're doing something wrong. You're not dating this guy. How is this any of your business? Are you mad I'm not going out with you this evening? Why would it not be my business? I'm trying to look out for you and you're being really dismissive. Okay, there's a difference between like looking out for someone and just being like just plain possessive. I'm sorry.
And I can't erase?
I appreciate you looking out for me. But with all due respect, you don't know him well enough to be this on edge. I'm not kidding. Guys never just want to be friends with a girl, and he seems sus. There it is. Did you catch that? Guys never want to just be friends with a girl. He's talking about himself. Because then why is he getting a little weird about it? Is that also how he feels about OP?
Yes, absolutely. 100%.
Stop ignoring my words. He's acting like a jealous boyfriend. Okay, OP clocked it and said you're a friend too, so does this mean you became my friend with the goal of dating me? WTF, thanks for the concern, but I think I'll manage. He responds, now you're twisting my words. Can you stop arguing with me? I fail to understand why this is an argument. She has a right to do whatever the hell she wants.
Misogyny at its finest.
I didn't start it, you did. It doesn't make sense for you to be this overprotective. I mean, I prefer the word possessive, but overprotective works too. Especially when you're just a friend, and you honestly have no reason to be this suspicious. Thank you for worrying about my safety, but this is over the top, and I feel like you're crossing some boundaries. He says, so first I try to be a nice guy.
Nice guy.
And try to
Okay.
look out for you like a good friend. You dismiss
Yeah,
me, you
yeah.
ignore my warning, even though I know guys better than you do. It's like you're begging to go out and be taken advantage of. Oh my lord. He can screw off. Okay, so by your logic, since I'm not interested in you and you're a guy, I should assume you have bad intentions too.
Yes, absolutely.
I'm really glad OP is clocking this because his words give him away. I never said that.
But you did.
Though. I don't want us to stop hanging out. I think he wrote something in a different language. Why are you being so difficult? I don't think it's any of your business, even if he's into me and even if this was a date. Oh, so it's a date. I'm not sure if that's okay.
Who do you think you are?
Okay with whom? Okay with whom? Good thing it's none of your business. It's really weird for a guy I'm not even dating to be acting like this. Yeah. No, he's into her. 1000%. Also, stop arguing with me is crazy. I would be like, bet and block him. Yeah, I don't really understand why this is even an argument in the first place. You can feel his jealousy like through the screen. Right, he literally started the argument and got mad because he couldn't win it. Yeah, it's kind of like what he says goes at this point, but like why? Number one, he's asking way too many questions for a friend, and like honestly kind of weird questions. No friend gets weird and protective if the guy hasn't done anything wrong. everybody's always like quite excited for you to be dating a guy, unless you find out, like, I don't know, let's say you find out the guy that your friend is dating is like went to jail or something, you know? Then it's like, oh, okay, are we like, for what though? Like, what did he go to jail for? Then we start asking questions, but this is literally just like, yeah,
He killed
I got
children
passed out and, like, I'm going
just
on
for
a date.
fun.
Yeah.
Okay,
Why are you being
nice.
so weird? 2, the questions he's asking are none of his business. Starting an argument with you over who you hang out with is wild. It might be best to start limiting contact since he can't manage his own behavior. Pay this friend no mind, go and enjoy your shopping and have some well-deserved fun. And also, like, if there's something more than just like shopping, don't feel like you owe this friend anything. So, we do have an update.
I hate them! I hate these stupid updates!
Question mark, question mark, question mark. You're dismissing my feelings and you're overstepping boundaries. You're being really rude right now. You could be nicer and more acknowledging about
Acknowledging?
mine.
Acknowledging.
Stop normalizing girls being rude to guys that make them uncomfortable. No offense, but we're literally not that close. I hang out with you because you're friends with Himanshi and we're in the same circle. Also, I'm not required to defend or explain my actions to someone like you. Someone like me? You
What
saying
does
you
that
wanna
mean?
set a boundary here and that someone's overstepping your boundaries is not being rude. And this is kind of like why people are afraid of setting boundaries. People don't like it when you set boundaries. Like, I'm just gonna tell you right now, if you're someone that doesn't set boundaries and you start setting boundaries,
Gonna have a bad time.
be prepared to piss people off, to lose friends, to lose partners, to lose family members. Like, I'm telling you right now, be prepared that you're going to lose people. It's a telltale sign if someone doesn't respect your boundaries, they literally don't respect you. So, do you want to have some sort of relationship with someone like that? No, you don't. Also, I'm sorry if I led you on any time and made you think I was interested because I'm not. You sound really insecure and you're acting like we're dating or at least in a situationship. I've never flirted or reciprocated anything, and to be honest, I don't even remember if you came onto me or not. Yeah, he's not gonna like this. I'm telling you right now, this will hit the fan. First of all, you're being really freaking annoying in assuming that any guy that cares
Nice.
about you as someone who likes
People are
you,
gonna
that's so
walk
self-centered.
faster now.
And you've been constantly dropping hints at me everywhere.
Never mind. They're still the same.
It's been so everywhere, you don't need a where. You don't even need a when. That's how every is.
I don't like you, but you've been pretending that you like me. I don't like you, but you're leading me on.
Plus, you told me you were going out with Aradhaya and basically shoved it in my face when I tried asking you out on a date. You
What
see
the
how
fuck
he's
is going on?
flip-flopping?
Oh, yeah.
You see how he's flip-flopping here? Because he's being rejected. Usually what happens when guys get, I mean, I don't know, maybe girls. I don't know, I don't have experience with girls, really. Or much experience.
Oh my, my, my.
When people get rejected, not only do they make you feel crazy for assuming that they would want you, but then they also kind of see, since we're talking about it, you know what I mean? Since we're talking about it, so what if I did? So what if I did? You know what I mean? You're acting so crazy right now. You were the one that told me any guy that wants to be friends with a girl actually wants to me. Plus, you were asking me to hang out with you, not a date. And I just said I can't because I already have plans. You were the one that pried further, and I think it's best for you to scroll up and read the BS you've texted. As for me dropping hints, give me literally one example. You always smile and act fake.
It's not the time!
You stay in contact with me online. And you
The
pick
cup
up
is
my calls.
outside.
Oh my god. This dude is assuming that any form of someone being nice to him is flirting. Oh, I hate it so much. This is why I had so much trouble. I'm just nice to everyone. This is why I had so much trouble dating. 'Cause
This
I am
shit
literally
is
nice
too
to
fast.
everyone. Nice to a fault. Nice to a point where people think that I'm obsessed with them because I'm nice. It doesn't surprise me that there are lots of women out there that preach being rude. They just take any form of like you being kind as like they like you. Even eye contact. They'll assume that if you make eye contact with them, you like them. Even the way you look at me is all hints.
Where did you came from? You came from the war. This guy stinks.
This dude has had like literally no female interaction ever in his life. And honestly, I don't know why you're angry at the fact that I like you. I'm genuinely a great guy and I already have a lot of other girls that want me too, so you're basically playing hard to get. You don't sound very nice. You sound like an absolute nightmare of a partner, honestly. OP responds, great, so go date one of them then. Sounds like you don't need me. That's not what I meant. I can't go
Ow,
on.
my
I think it's best that we stop talking
hand.
at school, and I won't be contacting you online either unless the teacher pairs us up for something. Since me replying to your text is clearly something you think is flirty. Wait, stop. Okay, I take it back. You can go hang out with him all you want, okay? It's not, oh my god. Like, he's literally saying that he's giving you permission. Like, what the fuck? I want us to stay friends. Oh my gosh, it's like OP and I are just like linked a little bit. Like, thanks for giving me the permission that I never needed. And no, I can't hang out
Oh,
with
I
you
didn't
anymore.
ask.
WTF, I'm literally begging.
Ew. You clearly have a thing for me and I don't feel the same way. If I keep talking to you, your delusions might act up and think that I'm leading you on or flirting, and I don't want that. We can go our separate ways and you can find another girl to like.
Okay, you're being such a right now.
And you write something in a different language. Even though you're the one, I'm over here on my knees begging you to forgive me for something that's not my fault. Ugh, yucky. I have the ick so hard. Like, I had it at the beginning of this story, but this is... It's not like I need you. You were a choice I made, and for some reason, you're not even appreciating it. I'll probably start dating as soon as you do what you say you're gonna do, so good luck dealing with that. Honestly, block this person. This is so weird. Sounds like we have a deal. Have a great life. You're not gonna ask me to change my mind?
Why would I want to do that?
So, I'm really proud of OP and how she handled this. I would have
She clocked it so hard.
Like, it's interesting that she asked him, like, what can I do going forward to make sure that, like, I'm not leading someone on? She didn't do anything wrong. This is comedy.
I'm begging.
While calling her a... It's ridiculous. She really couldn't commit to a tactic, switching between being manipulative to pathetic to cruel multiple times in the same message. Yeah, but that's what they do, though. That's what people do when they get rejected. They're nice, and then they're mean, and they're nice, and they're mean. This is a window into, like, what fighting with this person will be like. Number one, he's possessive. Number two, he wants to isolate her. Number three, he's manipulating and gaslighting. And he just, like, flip-flops with his tactics. He's, like, crying and begging for her to come back, and they're not even together. Like, give me a break. Have some respect. Anyways, no, you're not overreacting. Am I overreacting for saying that my friend was flirting with my boyfriend on Snap? Ooh, interesting. My boyfriend, 25 male, and
that was fine.
25 female, have access to each other's devices and social media accounts. A few hours ago, my boyfriend made sure I saw these messages. I want to acknowledge that there are truly women out there who talk like that out of genuine insecurity, but I doubt an insecure woman would talk like that to a friend's boyfriend on Snap. I think my friend, 23 female, was flirting with my boyfriend. I think she was fishing for compliments so he would comfort her. I think she has plausible deniability, but she was a bit too obvious. I messaged her, she denied it, so I blocked her. I'm wondering if she's gonna try and twist the story to other people and say I'm overreacting. Would any sane person believe I'm overreacting? Okay. I'm assuming this top message is her. I looked so gross that day. I was sweating so much you can see my bra. Already immediately no. Immediately no. I'm sure you look fine. I don't feel pretty. I'm so fat now. No offense, but I think you should talk to Kim about this. The boyfriend is telling this friend this is not a conversation that we should be having. You should talk to your friend about this. Girls are so fake with each other. I want to hear a guy's opinion, please. Okay, find any other guy that's not in a relationship then. With your friend, I might add. You are a very beautiful woman, but we should change the subject.
Aw, thank you. Kim is a very lucky girl. I wish I was as beautiful as her.
You'll find a guy who will find you more beautiful than Kim. No, I wouldn't. Kim is so beautiful and you're so handsome. The pretty people have no idea what it's like for the rest of us. Stop. Let's just say if I were single.
What did you say?
I'm sure you can figure out what the rest of that sentence is, but we should really change the topic. I'm sorry, your boyfriend literally just said that? Okay. Your friend isn't only just flirting with your boyfriend is flirting with your friend. Let's just say if I were single, no, I don't love that. Like, she's for sure fishing for compliments and for sure kind of like seeing if he's like potentially would be into her. But he's also saying he would be into her if he were single. I think he went a little too far too, but that's just my opinion. That girl is not your friend.
I'm not pretty. Tell me I'm pretty. Oh my god, you think I'm pretty? I'm not pretty.
Not gonna lie, he had me on his side in the first half. Okay, good. I'm glad I'm not the only one that feels like he went too far. He did so well up until the, like, you're a very beautiful woman. You don't need to fucking say that. You don't need to say that to anyone because that leads somebody on.
I mean,
you telling someone
I say it to
that they're
girls
beautiful
and
or
men.
attractive, it's just a step too
Beautiful
far. It's
man,
really not
beautiful
necessary.
lady.
Like,
People
I
are
don't see
beautiful.
why
You can
do
find
that
people
unless
beautiful.
you kind of want to lead
But
someone on.
it
Just
can also not be
At the
means
beginning of this conversation, he had the intention of stopping it as politely as he could, but she kept pushing,
Friends
so he
with
made her
them?
make a mistake, in my opinion. Okay, interesting.
Yeah.
Could be. It could be that he
I'm
was
also
dating
really
her and
weird
that,
with
like,
that.
he was trying to make her
A compliment.
like, put it in writing that she wanted him, possibly.
Small possibility.
Screenshotting it right after her response makes it more obvious. He did screenshot it right away. I still find it weird. It's a little weird. She's absolutely trying to hint to him. It's good that you blocked her. If she can't respect your relationship with him, then she's not a friend. I suggest both of you removing her from your friend group and not worrying what she has to say about things. Not overreacting. And he's hinting back and using it as a test for his girl. Like, oh wow, isn't this crazy? Run from both these people. I do feel weird about the fact that he was complimenting her and telling her that if I were single, etc. Let's just say if my boyfriend turned around and said if I was single, ... I'd make him single. I totally agree. I think, yeah, I don't like how he went about that. I'm just saying, even if he
Oh
was
my
just, like,
gosh.
dating, I still think it's weird. So no, you are not overreacting. Am I overreacting? My best friend no longer wants me as his best man in his wedding because I am gay. My best friend since we were kids.
How
for a few months,
dare
suddenly him
you
and his wife
liking
decided to not only
dicks?
move me from being his best man, but out of the wedding party altogether, simply because I'm a gay man. I understand it's their wedding and their choice, but me and him have essentially been brothers growing up, and this is odd. I think he'd at least try and talk to his wife and her parents first, and I can't begin to understand why me being gay is even a problem. Because of this, I don't even want to go
You saying
anymore.
it.
Honestly, this hurts.
You
quite
like
a bit.
penis.
Am I overreacting here, or
You're
should
not
I
alone.
pretend?
What do you
Hey man,
expect,
are
you
you
know?
free sometime today to chat? I have something I want to discuss with you whenever you have the time. Yeah, I'm actually free right now until 3. Is everything okay? Need me to call? Not really. No, it's okay. I'm actually not able to call. I'll just text you if that's cool. Okay. No biggie, just wanted to make sure it wasn't an emergency. Go for it. Okay, so I know my wedding is coming up in a few months, and I know I already asked you to be my best man, but I think I'm going to have to ask you to no longer stand up there with me. Oh, well that is unexpected. What happened? Did I do something wrong? No man, you did nothing wrong. I was talking to my fiance last night, and she said that it would be a bad look if her husband's best man, who was standing next to him on his wedding day, was a gay man. Oh, like you weren't kidding. No, that's actually what he said. Wow, okay. I guess her parents have been asking a lot of questions, and she would just rather not deal with it. Okay, so people are asking questions, and we're just going to discriminate against people because we're trying to play nice in the sandbox? Like, what's going on here? Dude, what? That is bizarre. We've been best friends since we were in elementary, and suddenly me being gay is an issue? So if I'm not standing up there as your best man, what now? You being gay isn't the issue, dude. It's the large amount of questions my wife and I are getting because of you being gay. So what?
Oh my god. Oh, you're getting questions. Boof. Ew.
You'd be in the audience with everyone else. Questions. So what? Oh my god, so what? This is an opportunity to educate people who are uncomfortable with it. Throw the whole friend away.
You're so pretty. Good
The fact
boy.
he's even willing to just
That's
go
a good
along
kitty.
with it is like, he should
Who's a
be
good kitty?
offended on your behalf.
Oh,
Rude.
That's the kitty.
Not even a groomsman at all. Just straight up in the audience now, and you have nothing to say to that. Is that not wild to you? Honestly, it sucks, but it is what it is. Don't make it harder than it has to be. That is
What?
so dumb. Yeah, throw the whole friend away. Right, okay, sure. Where you stand and how you view your best friend. Look, the last thing I need is for people to assume that we have a history. Oh, stop it right now. Quit crying about it. It's my wedding and my choice. Oh, give me a freaking break, dude. I get it, and you're right. You have every right to make that decision. I was just expecting you to be a real friend and handle this better, but that clearly is not the road you want to travel down. Go ahead and just mark me off the invite list. Ugh. So we're not allowed to be friends with gay people now without people assuming that we're also gay? Like,
Yeah.
the only reasonable response to questions being asked is to be offended. Not offended that someone's questioning if you're gay. That's what I'm trying to say. Offended
Of your
that
gayness.
people would even be like uncomfortable with your best friend
Gayness.
being up there at the altar with you.
It's almost like
because he's
gayness.
gay. He should have stuck up for you. So, he's afraid the other guests will assume since you are gay that you and he must have a history together if you're standing beside him. So
Hello.
dumb. I don't give an
Thank you.
F what my best friend for many years is or not. He's going to be standing right up there beside me. What a shame, not overreacting. No, I totally agree. Like, why is the friend in this story so not comfortable in his own like masculinity and straightness to like not laugh at that? Give me a break. The gays are not out here, all out here trying to get us.
I don't like them putting chemicals in the water.
The gays are coming. The gays are coming.
People can just genuinely be friends with a gay.
You will
Real
catch
friendship
the
doesn't end If
gays
someone's insecure about what others might think.
if you watched him or stay
Okay,
near
you're
them.
not overreacting. Ugh, throw the whole friend group. Throw them all away. You don't want to be around people like that. In this day and age, come on, that's embarrassing.
Get with the time, do what I...
Am I overreacting? My guy best friend is too clingy, even though he's got a girlfriend. My guy best friend, 22 male,
Classic.
and me, 21 female, were at this party last night and we got a little too drunk, both of us.
Oh, yeah.
His girlfriend, 22 female, was there too, but honestly, I don't remember much. I do remember that after a few drinks, he pulled me into his lap at some point and like cuddled or whatever. Then later, he walked me back home. I'm not sure how his girlfriend got home. For those who are just listening, I am side-eyeing the second camera. Honestly, it makes me sick to my stomach. I know it's wrong and I've seen how uncomfortable she feels around me, and I brought it up to my friend before because he's always kind of clingy. Not this much, but yeah. He always dismisses it by saying she doesn't care. Oh, she cares. I brought it up to him this morning, and this is how he responded. Can't tell if I'm overreacting or not, but I feel bad, and I also know that I kind of placed all the blame on him in both in this text and on the chat, which I really didn't mean to do. I feel really messed up about it, but he's like kind of my rock. I feel safe around him, and he's always been there for me when times are rough. I feel super sick with guilt and also this hangover, but I can't tell if I'm genuinely in the wrong, or if he's wrong, or if I'm overreacting, or what, honestly. Okay, hey, can we talk about yesterday? Yeah, dude, listen, I love you and everything, but like there's some limits, you know? I don't want to make you mad or hurt you in any way, but yesterday really wasn't okay. I wasn't comfortable, honestly. Did I do something? You're too comfortable with me, and it like, I know you don't mean anything by it, but some things aren't appropriate. I've told you before, just chill.
What do you want me to do? Stop talking to you?
Okay, whoa, okay? No, just like have some respect for your girlfriend and don't like pull me to sit on your lap. And also she shouldn't have sat on his lap either, but like it's neither here nor there. Can't I have friends? Yeah, but you don't do that with your friends. Like you might do that when you're even if you're just platonic. Like I just feel like the sitting on the lap thing is not something platonic friends do. That is very suggestive. Let's zoom out for a second. Let's zoom out. You're at a party and you see two people on a couch together, a guy and a girl. The guy's sitting on the couch, the girl is sitting on his lap. What do you assume about that person? You assume that they're a couple, or that they at the very least like each other. Can't I have friends? No, shut up, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that, yeah, we're friends. And your girlfriend definitely isn't comfortable with how friendly we are. For a good reason too, yesterday was too much, bro. We are this way all the time. You're stressing yourself out and me out also. Babe, chill, seriously. He's calling you babe too. Ooh, no. My girlfriend is a grown woman who can speak for herself if she's uncomfortable, and I'm not some bad guy. I don't think you're a bad guy. Obviously not. I'm just saying that I really don't think it's okay. Before it was just us and it was fine, but there should be some changes, right? No, you're right. I don't want to stress you out. I'm sorry. Did my girlfriend say anything to you? Of course not. I'm just saying this because it's how I feel. I know guilt is your favorite hobby, but I just wanted to make sure. Seriously, it's fine, okay? Stop stressing. Sleep or eat, or I'll scare you with a hug. Gross, fine, whatever. I'll see you later, but think about it at least. I'm glad that you recognize that this is disrespectful to the girlfriend. What also matters is the fact that you're uncomfortable with it. He has a girlfriend now. You're not comfortable with sitting on the lap of a guy that has a girlfriend, regardless of whether or not he's your friend. And I feel really bad for his girlfriend, honestly. Yes, you made a mistake. You shouldn't have sat on him to begin with. I mean, at least you feel bad about it and that you're kind of telling him that this isn't okay. My guess is he has feelings for you. I think maybe you kind of had feelings for each other. Those feelings should have been addressed before he got into a relationship with somebody else. I don't really think that you should be apologizing for setting a boundary either. Like,
Oh no, you're stressing me out.
oh, off. He's putting you in an impossible position. And you telling him that you don't want to be in this position is stressing him out?
That's too damn bad.
Give me a break, dude. So are you overreacting? You're not overreacting. The dude has a thing for you. I'm glad you set a boundary. And don't apologize for setting boundaries, ever. Is this guy?
My toxic ex is back, but I'm married. Am I insane?
Maybe.
Am I the devil?
Read decide if you're the devil or an angel. 10 years ago, I was engaged to a girl from another country. It was a long-distance relationship, and honestly, she was pretty toxic, but I guess it's normal when a girl is beautiful and young. The only thing that made up for it was the best giggity-goo of my life. Right after I graduated, she told me I should move to her country. Her dad was an entrepreneur and would give me a job in his companies. We'd even get a house and get married. I wasn't on board because I wanted to build my own future. I told her I'd find a job in my country and she could join me, especially since she'd always wanted to live here and her initial proposal was actually her father's idea. After my refusal, she abruptly broke up with me. A few months later, she married another guy. I was devastated but tried to forget her and move on, even though it was incredibly difficult. 5 years pass, and I get married. My ex finds out and contacts me, saying she's always loved me, that her marriage only lasted 3 months before she filed for divorce because she didn't want to get married but was brainwashed by her father. Her father has since passed away. I told her I had moved on with my life. She accepted my decision but said she'd wait for me forever because we were soulmates and she was convinced we'd end up together eventually.
Oh, good. Toxic ex. She's a little cray-cray.
A little cray-cray.
Cray-aching.
4 more years go by, during which I kept in touch with my ex just as friends.
Buddy, you're just leaving your foot in the door. Let it close. Close the door.
Yeah, the fact that you kept in touch with her while knowing that's how she felt is a little sus. Then, problems started with my wife. She began treating me poorly, ignoring me, and acting like I was just a roommate instead of her husband. Are these actually problems that are happening, or are you just inventing problems because you want to go back to your ex?
Are you looking for an excuse because you want to go have over easy?
Have some cream cheese with your ex? I confided in my ex and she was incredibly understanding. I started to think maybe she was the person I should have married. From that moment on, everything changed. After my confession, she insisted I divorce my wife to be with her. Which brings me to today. I've been talking to my ex daily for a year now.
Jesus, bro.
Okay, so you are having an affair.
Oh, this is so not holy.
This is not holy. My relationship with my wife has partially healed, but it still feels like a dead end. I love my wife very much, and despite everything, I don't think I could live without her. I feel incredibly guilty leaving her. Meanwhile, my ex has started to act provocatively, sending me spicy pictures, trying to seduce me in every way.
Bro, this girl is the snake from the Jungle Book.
Yeah, but also, like, he's entertaining it, though. After she seduces him, she'll suddenly switch attitudes and insult me. Okay, so now the toxic is coming out, okay? So remember you said that she's your toxic ex? You miss the good parts, but don't forget the bad parts. Calling me weak for not divorcing my wife faster to marry her. My head is a complete mess. I think I love my wife, but I'm incredibly attracted to my ex. It's like an obsession, maybe because of how things ended 10 years ago and I can't get it out of my head. I believe divorcing and being with my ex would be a mistake, but at the
she's
same time,
just like my
ex-girlfriend.
The same way.
That's what she wants. She wants to jeopardize everything. The grass is always greener. Let me say that again for the people in the back. The grass is always greener.
Important distinction. Grass is always greener, but also you could have green grass if you just watered it. You said why you want to leave
leave your wife is because she.
That is a good metaphor. Because it's so true. Is she the victim or the monster? She's in prison. My girlfriend put me up to a relationship test. It went horribly wrong. Cells collapse. She ruined my daughter. What?
So I guess I've been on kind of a Disney kick lately, you know? I just did Zootopia and Turning Red a little bit ago, the Chronicles of Narnia movies, the Jonas Brothers Christmas movie on Disney Plus, Mrs. Doubtfire, which is now also part of Disney, just like everything else that exists. Boy, I can't wait for that world in Kingdom Hearts 4, am I right? So, you know, sticking with the theming here, I thought it was finally time to get around to the old Disney classic, The People vs. O.J. Big Hero 6, the 2014 smash hit movie that I think I saw in theater. Oh, no, I did, because I saw it with this girl I was dating at the time. I was her first boyfriend ever. She was like 23, 24, and after checking off all the firsts on her list, one day she was like, well, now that that's all done, I want to try dating other guys since I won't be so nervous about all this stuff now. So, thanks or whatever.
Thanks or whatever.
Yeah, no problem. Glad I could help. Big Hero 6. I feel like hardly anyone talks about this movie anymore. Like, it kind of came and went, but it won the Academy Award for Best Animated Movie. So what do you say we check this one out? Come along, kids. Let's take a walk. But before that, really quick, this message is sponsored by Raycon. It's the holidays, that time of the year when you're reminded why you don't really interact with most of your family for like 11 months at a time. But it's gift-giving season, and you know who could use a new pair of earbuds? Probably everyone you know, especially the older people. Because boy, I tell you, once every phone got rid of the earphone jack, like old people are just blasting TikToks on every bus and train you'll ever see. If only they had a pair of everyday earbud classics. No, but seriously though, the everyday earbud classics are back and better than they've ever been, okay? 32-hour battery life, 8 hours of continuous playtime, active noise canceling, and they don't fall out of your ears. Raycon ain't playing around, okay? Unlike other YouTubers who pretend to use their Raycons, I actually literally do, like, every day. Apparently some people hate doing chores, but like, I can't wait to clean litter boxes and vacuum while playing the same 4 City Pop songs on repeat, you know what I'm saying? Everything you love about Raycons, the look, the battery life, the sound quality, all for like half the price of the other guys who are way less cool. The everyday earbud classics are here for the holidays. Raycon audio products are up to 20% off this season. Just click my link in the description or go to buyraycon.com/Myers to save on Raycon audio products site-wide. Order by December 15th to guarantee delivery by Christmas because great gifts should not show up late. Okay, back to the show.
Who has the guts to step into the ring? Little Yama!
Can I try? I have a robot. I built it myself.
So Big Hero 6 takes place in the futuristic city of San Francisco. You know, you can always tell when a movie was made by what Asian country everyone's obsessed with. Like in the 70s, everything was Hong Kong and China, you know, and then Japan was all the rage for a few decades. And then just a few years after this movie, the world was thrust into South Korean culture.
There's one thing this video needs. K-pop!
And now every white girl on TikTok is pretending like they've actually totally been using gochujang their entire life. But anyway, so this brings us to our main character, Hiro Hamada.
Beat it, kid. You gotta pay to play.
Oh, is this enough?
What's your name, little boy?
Hiro? Hiro Hamada?
I always think setups like this are so funny, how it's like there's only one game in the whole world and like everyone plays it, you know? Like Beyblade, Metabots, Yu-Gi-Oh, Pokemon. Like, you know there's at least one hipster kid in the Pokemon world who's like, yeah, giant dragons and weirdly hot rabbit girls. Whatever, that's lame. I'm gonna go do homework.
Prepare your bot, Zero.
Two bots enter.
I'm sorry, I love how you can tell this is an American-made movie because, like, why would she look like this for a robot tournament? You know what I mean? I lived in Japan for 12 years, okay? Ain't nobody walking around with chopsticks in their hair, all right? It's like an anime whenever they have an American character who's always a cowboy or they, like, only dress in American flags. Like, of course, the referee for this robot fighting tournament would have a traditional paper sun umbrella. Why wouldn't she? Anyway, so Hiro ends up beating this guy, and he doesn't like to lose, in case you were curious. So he sends out his goon squad, or, well, okay. I mean, that means something very different. Actually, you know, they might be a goon squad. Who knows?
Hey, teach him a lesson.
Hiro, get on! Tadashi! You graduated high school when you were 13, and this is what you're doing?
Oh yeah, thanks for the random lore dump. I appreciate that. So after escaping the bad guys, they get caught by the police for speeding around on the motorcycle, and they have to get picked up at the station by her.
Hiya, Cass.
Are you guys okay? Tell me you're okay.
We're fine.
We're okay.
Okay.
And what were you two knuckleheads thinking?
For 10 years, I have done the best I could to raise you.
Well, hello, Aunt Cass. I've seen a lot of you around the internet lately.
Have I been perfect? No. Do I know anything about children? No. Should I have picked up a book on parenting? Probably. Where was I going with this? I had a point.
So the backstory of the movie is that Hiro and Tadashi's parents died when Hiro was like 3, and then Aunt Cass has been raising them ever since. But like, I'm sorry, just real quick here, but like, so this is Hiro and Tadashi Hamada, and this is their unmarried, unwidowed aunt, Cass Hamada. I have a few questions. Like, how the heck is Cass Hamada single? You kidding me right now? But okay, so Tadashi is kind of worried about Hiro because like Hiro's a total genius, but all he seems to care about is fighting. You know, like geez, Ash Ketchum, get a life, am I right? Dude, I'm gonna beat up all the adults in the world and show off how strong my friendship is. Oh yeah, well what's your 5-year plan after that, huh? What, you're just gonna stay 10 years old forever?
When are you gonna start doing something with that big brain of yours?
What? Go to college like you? So people can tell me stuff I already know?
Oh, what would Mom and Dad say?
They're gone. They died when I was 3, remember?
So Tadashi gets an idea to take Hiro to his university. He goes to this really prestigious like robotics school that's really hard to get into, and it's only full of the biggest nerds, you know, like Wasabi, the OCD guy.
Magnetic confinement.
Oh non, là.
Wow. How do you find anything in this mess?
Tu veux sortir la date, lui?
There's a place for everything?
The hot goth girl.
Oh, je fais tellement
Welcome to the nerd lab.
The hot not goth girl.
J'ai pensé à des jeux dans des sacs, là.
And totally not Shandy from Scooby-Doo.
So, what's your major?
No, I'm not a student, but I am a major science enthusiast.
Okay, but like, you know, there's literally only one reason a dude like this would be hanging out with these kind of kids. Alright, you ain't slick, Disney. But more importantly, Tadashi shows Hiro what he's been working on for a couple years now.
Hello, I am Baymax.
You know, people say that my little character is like boring and nondescript, but hey, Baymax gets his own movie, 2 TV series, and a merch line. But okay, people in my comments, whatever you say. So Baymax is a giant fluffy robot nurse whose only directive is to help and care for people.
I was alerted to the need for medical attention when you said, ow. A robotic nurse. On a scale of 1 to 10, how would you rate your pain? Physical or emotional?
Okay, don't even get me started. If only I could go back to 2014, you know?
No, fuck
so
you.
the whole reason Tadashi brought Hiro here was to try and steer him in the direction where he could use his, like, super smart for something constructive and not just trying to collect all 8 badges from the robot gym leaders, you know what I'm saying?
Repairing servos. He invented them.
You're her Robert Callahan. Like as in the Callahan cat most blind. Callahan's laws of robotics?
That's right. Ever think about applying here?
Now, meeting this professor guy kind of kicks Hiro in the pants a little bit, and he starts thinking, like, maybe he does actually want to go to this school. But they only accept a few select students every year. When they put on this big showcase thing where prospective students bring their robot ideas and their prototypes and stuff.
Every year, the school has a student showcase. You come up with something that blows Callahan away, you're in. But it's gotta be great.
Trust me.
Oh my
It will be.
Yeah, like, what if I made this really complex but incredibly stupid language model algorithm that made the internet completely unusable and got millions of people let go from their jobs? But in my defense, it can make millions of Will Smith eating spaghetti. But sorry, for spending who knows how long doing who knows what, Hero's ready to show off his new invention. Ain't nobody ready for what's coming.
J'ai bien aimé mes faire de lumière. Que je vois, ben je l'aurais pas tout de suite, que je vais l'avoir dans le jeu.
Breath mint, red pair of underpants. Hey, come prepared. I haven't
Fait que
done
c'était pas
laundry
si cher.
in 6 months.
L'examen était
But then, like,
gratuit.
somehow dudes like this are always pulling 8s and 9s for like no reason. Hero's big idea is these
Oui,
microbots
oui, oui.
that
That's
can
it,
control
ma
this
chérie, ma
little
pilule.
transmitter headband thing, and basically they can form any shape and do pretty much anything you could imagine. You know, just casually, like, totally redefining how everything
Peux-tu mettre dans la cochette là?
C'était long, là.
Je suis trop mal.
Construction.
Ok, fait que finalement, je sais pas si tu voulais avoir de quoi, mais bon, il y avait un beau line-up.
Now being
Mhm.
accomplished by one person.
See, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Like, things that
Oh,
used to take a
ça
whole
me
team of
fait
people years to do can now be done by one
Avec ça,
person.
ça me
and
permet
then thereby
de
completely
faire
decimating
pas
the entire
ben
economy.
gros
Hello,
plan.
yes, I am very smart. Also, like, this kid
Hell,
made
yes, I'm
and
very
everyone
smart.
else had, like, what? Like an underwater exercise bike? Like, nobody stood a chance, man. So after Hiro shows off his little rinky-dink robot project he built over the weekend, this guy happens to be very interesting.
I want great tech.
Your microbots are an inspired piece of tech. You can continue to develop them, or you can sell them to a man who's only guided by his own self-interest.
I'm offering you more money than any 14-year-old could imagine.
Well, actually, I only pay in Dogecoin and Chuck E. Cheese coupons, but both of these go straight to the moon, I swear, okay? Trust me, bro. So
Dogecoin.
after thinking things over, Hero decides he wants to go to school instead of just like selling his invention to the rich guy. And so he and his brother head outside the building for a while to talk about dude stuff. My balls stick to the side of my legs sometimes. Dude stuff. I want to be the little spoon too once in a while. Dude stuff. After a shower, I use one towel for everything because the towel forgets the next day. But right that moment, something crazy happens.
Là, lui, bon, je sais pas, là, il a même pas fait pipi. Ça veut dire qu'il l'a fait à quelque part. Il l'a-tu fait dans la chambre de bain, tu penses?
Non.
Le français, là, son nouveau clip, il fait pas pipi puis il s'en va à l'autre bout. C'est bien, l'eau,
Tadashi runs in there to try and save the professor, but the entire building explodes, and Tadashi is gone.
On dit qu'il panique
Now
parce
all
qu'il
of
fait
his
pipi,
parents
fait
are gone,
pipi,
his
puis là,
brothers
il
are gone,
attend,
and
il
it's
sort,
insanely
il s'en va à
hot.
l'autre
What's a
bout.
kid to do, you know? Now all hope seems
C'est
lost.
le CO de
Hero
base, ça.
accidentally stubs his toe one day.
Not nice.
You know, okay, I said this back in my Tangled and Zootopia video, so I'm not going to belabor the point too much, but this era of Disney 3D animation is like the perfect level, I think. The perfect amount of movement to be believable and engaging, but not having everyone constantly just like fidgeting all the time, you know what I'm saying? Like, case in point here, Baymax's movement is rather rigid, but that's what makes him so adorable and hilarious, right? Like, why doesn't Disney understand this?
Hello, I am Baymax, your personal healthcare companion. Hey, Baymax, I didn't know you were still... I heard a sound of distress.
Il a fait du pipi tard.
Ah ouais?
Ben oui, tu vois que la place est plus foncée.
Ben, je trouve que ça ressemble comme c'était avant. Je sais pas, on dirait que ça n'a pas
Il a fait
changé.
exactement la même place parce qu'elle est bien plus foncée. D'habitude, elle n'est pas foncée de même. Ça va être ses préfets.
Okay, so here's where the movie
Good,
really
okay,
starts
on
going.
va commencer
Hero
tranquillement
thought that
dans
all
le
his
reste.
microbots were
Non, mais je
destroyed in
vais
the
prendre un
fire,
petit peu.
but he still has one left that was in his pocket, and that one starts reacting. So, long story short, Hero and Baymax make their way across town to this nondescript warehouse place, and they see that someone has stolen his microbots, and they're actually even making more of them. And this certain someone just happens to be a giant shadow robot demon wearing a kabuki mask.
A kabuki mask.
Wow, ok, mais j'ai bien fait d'aller. Ah, le monde sont bien plus.
Oh no! Get out of here! No!
Why is it different?
Baymax contacted Tadashi's friends in the middle of all this because he was worried about like Hero's emotional distress. Classic Baymax. And so they barely escape with their lives from the giant shadow demon robot guy. Just San Francisco things. And they end up here.
Where are you going?
Oh, welcome to Mikasa.
Bonne soupe.
Heathcliff, my man.
Oh, of course you're a trust fund kid. Of course the burnout dealer guy's just been laughing this whole time. It's like when big YouTubers and streamers, you know, they're like, I bought this thing and it was $100. It's so expensive. And like, shut up, I'm making like 50K. Get out of here. So it turns out Fred is some like huge geek nerdy guy, but like it's only about American comic books, which I feel like is kind of odd given the setting of this movie. But he does know a lot about supervillains.
We don't even know who he is.
I have a theory.
Okay, I think I need a break. It was a lot.
Millionaire weapons
A
designer
lot of work.
Chazzle
what?
Man in the mask who attacked us.